Hello everyone. I forgot to uncover my camera. Alright. Not entirely sure that I'm live on Twitch because I got an error earlier. So I need to look at that real quick. Hey, Syncspout, thank you. I mean, I'm taking that message as a yes, but just in case, I'm gonna check. It would appear to be live, yes. Good. Okay. Okay. I like this shirt, but when I'm sitting on this desk, the buttons like hit against the desk. It's kind of annoying. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I had dinner about, not dinner, I had lunch about an hour ago and I fell asleep until like, let's say 10 minutes ago. So I'm not fully here yet. You know who's not here at all? Him. So we'll have a replacement for now. Alright. I have a few things I have the possibility of working on today, and I'm not sure which one because none of them are particularly fun. Yet again, the last time I wanted to implement something fun, which was the clipboard, which is apparently fun for some reason. That was more frustrating than anything. So maybe this will be really fun. Okay. Yeah, I hear him moving around. Is he gonna come? No, I think we're gonna keep the cardboard cutout for now. Hold on. Hi, Jester. Okay, how you doing? Come here. I cut his nails, but apparently there's one that I didn't cut enough, so I just kind of hear it scraping against the floor, but just one. It sounds really weird. But at least it tells me when he's coming. He can't sneak up on me just yet. Okay. So actually, I don't know what I'm gonna be working on yet, but I do know the dog is gonna be sleeping. Hopefully not doing anything else, right, Jester? Right. Okay. So between yesterday and the day before, I implemented copy-paste text selection inside of my text editor, and that's it. Copy and paste system-wide. Right, so I can select, but that's technically selected, but you can't really tell because there's no outline behind the text. So that would be useful to have, but we can actually see the clipboard because it's in the text, it's in the file system, and there it is. I was able to copy that. The issue that I kind of saw with this system of doing it with the clipboard, with the clipboard on the file system, is that, and this is a major issue that I want to say most operating systems that follow this file system philosophy of exposing everything through the file system kind of have, which is that you don't really know what type of data you're looking at. So I kind of want to look into fixing that, and it might be something that I want to do. It might be what I actually end up working on. The other thing was just gonna be like text selection, text syntax highlighting, just a smarter text rendering so I can have those features. I don't even fully know how I would implement that, so I want to do that. Syntax highlighting would be really useful, but not sure how to do it. Hello, Best Creeper. Was there another thing? I think during yesterday's stream I mentioned one more thing, but I kind of don't remember what it is. But those two are the two major ones that I wanted to work on today. But I'm leaning more towards the file system stuff. Because it fixes more problems. Oh. Wrong key. I also did a couple edits, a couple fixes to my editor when I wasn't streaming because I had to rearrange some code, which is gonna be boring. And well, really, the only fix that I did is that when you press end to go to the end of the line, it actually goes to the end of the line and not the previous character. It was an off by one error, and I remember trying to fix it once by just doing +1, but it didn't work, which is really weird because yesterday I did the same thing and it worked. So, yeah, that was very fun. Hope your file system is working better than mine. I swear it deleted half the path and so on. You would think. I was having a lot of issues with it yesterday. Yeah, I think we're just going to continue working with the file system. It's kind of an issue that we have with the clipboard, but also an issue that we can have in other cases. Actually, I have the perfect example of where everything is a file is kind of a limitation. That's in the theme file system /theme. Your storage driver is broken? Well, I mean, if it's deleting half the path, I kind of think that makes sense. Alright, so we have /theme, and this just exposes, shockingly, theme information about the system. But we can't see anything. It's actually a binary file. And we don't know what that looks like. Because what it does is it just loads this thing, this structure, as a structure. That's it. It just exposes this. If I'm not mistaken, there it is, actually. This is a directory entry, and it literally just points to an instance of that structure and the size of that structure, and then it's read-only. That's it. I'll put in the wrong values when I ask for the MBR. Down. Alright, so this is the file. This is literally all we have. It's just a buffer. It's just data, but we don't know what that data is. We don't know anything about it, and that's kind of an issue. Hi, Theodore. It's kind of an issue because the structure that I showed is this one, which is inside of the kernel. But this is exposed to userland applications. Now, the kernel is open source, so it's not like this is hidden from you, but you kind of have to go out of your way to find it. You have to go to the operating system's source code. You have to go to kernel, theme, and theme to find this structure. And then you have to go to the code and understand that this is the structure that's being used to make this file. That's not exactly the most intuitive way of figuring out what this data means. Hi, Kayal. And hi, Yula. I don't tend to rate projects, and honestly, I'm not even the best judge of code because I'm really bad at reading code. That isn't mine. And bad, but not really bad, a code that is mine. Now, yeah, so this structure is literally, no, is this it? No, that's not even the one. This structure is, we don't know it. And again, just looking at /theme, you have no idea what you're looking at. What if the theme that I'm designing isn't working as I expected, and I want to debug it because there's supposed to be a theme designer? I mean me as a user, not me as the developer or me as a developer at all. Just me as a user. I'm designing a theme. Seems like maybe it's not saving my changes. Oh, let me see what's in the slash theme. Oh, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Again, it could just expose this structure, right? Or create some documentation, right? Because that was one of the solutions that I kind of considered. Just doing, slash doc slash theme, docs slash theme, and this could give you a human readable explanation of how the theme is supposed to work, which, by the way, is how I intend to do documentation. And this would be useful, but it isn't correct. Maybe even using a more advanced programming language or some magic, some compiler magic. You could even have it be somewhat auto-generated. Something that is capable of, reading the names of these values, their types, automatically parsing the data into these values, and giving us something structured. Kind of like something that looks like JSON, just to put an idea in your head, but not that. I don't think I've ever read a programming book. Mostly I just program. It works pretty well. I do hate making documentation, yes. To the point that actually, this is my README for the project. This is my README for the project, this. And I'm like, that's too long. Even the summary is too long. I kind of just want to nuke it and just start over. Something very, very short. But yeah, something that describes this, and again, even if you make it advanced enough, you can even auto-generate it. Which C is not the right language for that. But I am working on I haven't touched it in like a month. I have a compiler for a language similar to C that I actually want to make it work on top of C. So I kind of want to make it more similar to C. So hey, if it's able to parse this and auto-generate, a parser for the structure and text-readable output, would be great. Some basic reflection system would be great. But that's kind of wishful thinking right now. Even doing it manually could work, but it would have to read a different file. Honestly, I don't even have a solution to this problem, so I'm just kind of thinking out loud for how it can be done. You would have to read /docs/theme, or even /theme/help can help you figure out what the theme looks like. Or theme/docs. Docs. You could do... Man is such a stupid name. But... man theme. Or docs theme, like a command that describes it for you. There's a lot of solutions for doing this type of stuff with documentation, but it wouldn't really solve my entire problem. Mainly the fact that, there are some directories that don't have a specific structure. First off, any process with privilege can create its own directory structure. Second, I planned on having directory structure actually be used for inter-process communication and like services and whatnot. Third, even just now, the clipboard itself, let me put something in it. Right now I just copied text. And actually when I paste into the code editor, I go through what I'm pasting character by character and check if it's actually a printable character or not. If it isn't, I assume that this is not real data, or this is not text data, so I don't paste it. But, do I have to do that every time I paste something? That feels not amazing. PCI bus scan happens only once, and the found devices are automatically assigned the appropriate device. Not really. I'm fine with, try to load a driver. Can you find it in PCI? Good. It happens like 5 times. It's fine. When I implemented the clipboard for GLFW, for example, I noticed that very much the clipboard is just restricted to strings. So that kind of fixes the whole problem. Everything is printable. Everything is just strings. You have to paste everything as a string or copy everything as a string. Solves the problem, right? I don't want to have that limitation. So I kind of want to have... I want to see what we can do about it. And again, this is also an issue, not with just my system, not with just a clipboard, and pretty much the problem with literally every single system that works like this. So when I started the stream, I actually had a to-do that I wrote. Here it is. QEMU is the name of the virtual machine. All right. Yeah. So I considered a couple of possibilities, something like a dedicated syscall or file system call to where a certain file can describe its structure, or simply one where essentially adding a new type of metadata to the file, which indicates the type of file that it is. Not even the type of file that, well, it depends on how I would implement this. Yes, kind of the type of file that it is. And honestly, I'm leaning more towards this. So essentially, to open a file, to do anything, you do stat, which stands for what exactly, actually? I have statistics? Why am I doing man pages on Firefox? Status. Status. It stands for status. Okay. So yeah, status tells you things like a file's size and the type of entry that it is, whether it's a directory or a file. It can also tell us some ID that indicates what type of file this is. That is probably the best solution to this kind of problem, because there is kind of a problem with that, and it's the fact that working with existing file systems, I don't have that type of information. I don't get that type of information at all. So I need to store it somewhere. But for the virtual file system, this can work best. And it's kind of a voluntary and optional property that files can choose to define or not define. If you don't define it, then it might not work. Now, that leaves me with asking what this looks like. File type. What the actual data for this looks like. Um, and also it can make writing a little bit more complicated. Because when I'm reading, because at the end of the day, when it comes to the file system, reading the file is literally just, well, creating the file is a little more complicated, I guess. But some of the file systems can actually create files on their own just by writing. So, yeah, it could make it a little bit more complicated to write to a file because, or to create a file, which we don't have the possibility, but it does kind of happen because you have to define what kind of data that file has, especially in the clipboard. And the clipboard right now is about as simple as it can possibly be. Where do I have an example? No, here in the UI library. Or not in the UI library. Where the hell is it? Bro. Oh, there's a manager helper thingy. Here. Writing to the clipboard is really as simple as this. Write, simple write, which means just write to a specific file at this path without dealing with file descriptors. And with a buffer and a size. That's it. And then reading with a buffer and size. If I do it like this, it's going to get a little bit more complicated, but honestly, I think it might be the best way to go about it. To have just a special property in the metadata of a file indicating what type of data that is. And again, optional and voluntary, so it may not be accurate and it may not be fill. But at least we have it. So the clipboard copy would have to have some sort of mask. It couldn't use a simple write. It would have to use something a little more complicated than a simple write. And it would have to pass it into the file descriptor when it opens the file to indicate I'm writing this type of data. But I think it should be doable. And I think it is going to be convenient in a way to know what type of file you're dealing with. You may even have some basic parsing of a file with that type of information. Now, before I get to it, I know that a lot of normal files that I know of tend to have some sort of header, and that header tends to have the type of file that they are. Like, an ELF file, if you look at its hexadecimal, starts with .elf. An IMG file is literally raw data, so I don't think it has that. Yeah, this is just raw data. I'm thinking of others. Maybe image files tend to have the same thing. I don't know about JPEG. I've never looked at that format, but probably. Oops, I think it opened here, yeah. JFIF. WAV files as well, they use WAV. No. RIF? Oh, about vertical tabs. I've honestly only used them while streaming. I haven't used this browser more than that. So I'm liking them. They're okay. The only issue I have is when I have like it happened now. It looks to me like I only have one tab open. And actually, yesterday on stream, I ended up closing the entire window because I thought I just had one tab open. Oh, this is the other thing that I wanted to work on, right? Clipboard sharing with Linux. But considering how little documentation there is for it, I would rather implement this thing and then deal with that. Now, one thing that I do want to see, though, I feel like I closed it. I had, oh, this is it, okay. Yeah, this article here was talking a little bit about how copy and paste works on X11. And one thing that it mentioned is the content negotiation. Now I have to say the example that they give looks like complete gibberish to me, but then again, so does everything that has to do with X or Linux or Unix or GNU. So a skill issue on their end for not making it readable. But one thing they do say is that features of selection mechanism, which I think is limited only to when you select text like this and then you paste it using middle click, which works on X11. One of the cool, rarely used features of the selection mechanism is that it can negotiate what data format to use, so it's not just about text. When you ask another application for a selection, because the way that this works is essentially you have this text selected and it becomes the primary selection. For X11, for a window manager, it's like, okay, this is the primary selection. So I can go to another application and I can paste it. Because X11 has this in a buffer and is capable of giving me that buffer. But they're saying that one not as much used feature, like rarely used feature of this, is that you can kind of negotiate the format of the data that you will be exchanging when you do this type of information. If a program displays text in multiple fonts, this is the example that they give. When you paste it into a text-only program, you only want the text, but when you paste into a word processor, you keep the fonts. If they both speak HTML, they use HTML. One thing that I notice happens a lot with the terminal is it tries to add formatting information when you're pasting, which nobody ever fucking asked for, by the way. But yeah, I wonder if it's doing that with this thing. When an image is selected on a web page, the web page displayer could offer to serve that up as raw image bits or as JPEG data or as the original URL of the image. When trying to copy and paste an image into a text editor that can't do images, the text editor might decide that the next best thing would be to paste the file name of the image or the URL. That's not exactly what I'm talking about. Like, there wouldn't be any kind of negotiation. Just, you know, I'm copying this. That's text. I just mark it into the clipboard as text. If I'm copying this, I mark it into the clipboard as a path, a file. And I paste the path to this file. Whereas if this wouldn't work, but like if I selected this part of the image and I copied that, it would be like, these are pixels. This is raw pixel data. So no negotiation, but the program can voluntarily choose to mark its data as what it is in order to indicate what it is. Okay. I'm not sure why the WAV format uses ref at the beginning of it, but if I'm not mistaken, most image formats, most formats use, as far as I know, some header at the very, very beginning that has some readable, as in UTF characters, well, ASCII characters really, that you can use to make sure that the file is what you think it is. For example, let's do PNG. File format, this thing. See, PNG has in ASCII, not UTF-8, the letters PNG, allowing a person to identify the format easily if it is viewed in a text editor. Does this have a name? Because it would be really useful to know if this has a name. And magic number? I wanted to look for a specific Wikipedia article. Magic number is a little bit too specific. But maybe. In science and technology, probably. Programming. A unique identifier or a literal with unexplained meaning. Right. It can mean two completely different things. Okay, but no, it's called a file signature. It is a numeric literal in source code that has a special particularly meaning that is less than clear to the reader. Also in computing, but not limited to programming, it is used as a number to identify a particular concept, but without additional knowledge, its meaning is less than clear. I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, okay, riff isn't super clear. What the fuck are you talking about? But like ELF and PNG and JPEG, they're pretty clear. File signatures. Wikipedia has a list of them. How's PG3 going? I was gonna do the final fight today, but I decided to leave it for either after the stream or tomorrow. It's kind of a very BS fight, not gonna lie to you. But good. Why was I about to open it? I got distracted there for a second. Alright guys, I'm done with programming. Let's play Baldur's Gate now. Alright. Here's the list of file signatures. Wait, hold on. Technically, yeah. This counts as a file signature for scripts. You wouldn't think of it, but it's also not obligatory necessarily. I don't think I've ever seen anyone who enforces it, and frankly, whenever I used to write shell scripts, I never used it, but yeah. Now, this file signature is not something that is universal to all file types, and it is also not always in the same place. But the reason that I'm looking at this isn't so I can just read that and know what type of data I'm reading, because that's not really helpful, especially for something like the clipboard, but just to see how much data do I need in order to reliably identify as much as possible, data types. Because again, it's a completely voluntary and it's completely unrelated to file signatures. It's just a matter of like, how many types can we have in this before we run out of combinations? But I think we have more than enough. Again, they won't even necessarily follow this. I'm thinking 8 characters, so int 64 is more than enough to represent the data type. And then you can choose whatever it looks like. You can have something like raw image. How many is that? 8 exactly. Yeah. You can have PNG, you can have JPG. Most extensions are also like 3 characters, so that is also particularly helpful. I think 8 is enough. Let's see. So we have, okay, so yeah, we have the scripts, we have the cock, which is, what is this? 16. Yeah, 16 bytes. We have the WOC1 and the WOC3 and the WOC4 and the WOC5 and the 123. Your extension is 123? Okay. The Amiga hunk. These are also crazy. Start with 2 null bytes, then 03F3. Come on, man. I mean, you can make your signature whatever you want. Again, you can even make it your signature something completely unique to your own program. You can even calculate it while you run the program to make sure that only you access that data. It's not anything secure, but you can do it to make sure that only you access that data, but probably better if you make it readable. See, SQLite, Jesus Christ, okay, they're writing an entire book here. SQLite format 3. SQLite 3, bro. Just write that. That's 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, if you get past double digits, you have to start shortening it a little bit, but like, come on. I do see 16 bytes is pretty common. I'm hoping I don't have to go up to 16 bytes. Right, Doom uses iWAD and another one, NWAD, FWAD, something else. IBM storyboard bitmap file, Windows program information file, Mac stuff itself extracting archive, and Iris OCR data file, all of which use the magic number 00. But not to be confused with the Palm Pilot database document file, which uses 24 bytes of zeros. The Bibafika here for the Palm Desktop Calendar archive. The 124244 for the To-Do archive. And 4454 for the Calendar archive. Telegram desktop file, Telegram desktop encrypted file. TDF $, TDEF. Does my system have $? Can you code PHP in Redacted OS in 2026? Why are we recompiling the whole damn thing? I literally have not written a single line of code. You can write PHP! Hell yeah! Alright. JavaScript may be over, but PHP is not. If you'd have told me 10 years ago that I would hate JavaScript and prefer PHP over it, I probably would have believed you, except for the PHP part. I would have been like, have we seriously not come up with a better backend language? And then it would be like, yeah, we have JavaScript. I think me from 10 years ago would also agree. Also, Node.js existed 10 years ago, pretty sure, so. Alright. So I'm seeing a lot of usage of 8 or 16 or 2 or 4 bytes to identify any kind of file I never. There's certain things that like I'm so used to seeing this, but you don't consider that's technically uh, a signature. I mean, yeah, you just don't think about it more. So it's not that you don't realize it; that you don't think about it. I love the null null null. Less than null 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 question mark. I ask myself that every day. Keeps me up at night. Are some infinities bigger than others? And are some nulls bigger than others? Fair question. The email will not find me well, no. Never learn JavaScript? Never should. I shit. I even technically wrote some JavaScript code as part of this project. When I did networking and I needed to test something with a server, I just wrote a server with Node. But like, Christ. The Blender file format is the. You know, Blender has a thing that's really, really cool, and it really, really cool for procedural generation. And I really wish they would create a file format that allows you to exploit this somehow. That's geometry nodes, which essentially allow you to just define a bunch of rules and then model based off of those rules. And you're essentially coding 3D models in a way with a node-based editor. And that's really convenient for procedural generation. And it turns out you can't really use anything. You can't really use it outside of Blender, and Blender actually no longer has a game engine because they used to have a game engine. So it really feels like wasted potential. Although I had an extension on Unreal Engine that allowed you to modify geometry nodes, but not at runtime. So sad. Man, I feel like procedural generation is such a wasted potential. At runtime, especially. For indie developers. Yeah. PHP, Python, C++, HTML, CSS, Oracle, SQL, PostgreSQL. Mostly, yeah, mostly web, but decent technologies for web. Alright, so this is actually very extensive. List of file formats. Can you really just list them? You can see that most file formats are genuinely just like 3 characters, 4, 5. And for example, looking at like FAT32 and other like other fats, like butter and whatnot. The way that FAT32 works is it has long names for longer file names, but for short file names you have 5 characters for the name and 3 characters for the extension. So 3 character extensions are probably the most convenient ones, the most widespread ones is the word I was looking for. Half of it is XML instead of zip. The blend file format? Probably. But geometry nodes is like, it's genuinely a scripting language. So, oh, file formats. Half of these are XML. Fair. Fair. Very fair. All right, so I'm thinking we don't need to make it particularly complicated. We can just use an 8-byte, 64-bit identifier for files, especially virtual files, because again, I would need file system support if I want to include this. To identify most formats. But if I do, it's gonna then make it convenient to again do clipboard stuff. Should I be able to paste this or not? Now, content negotiation like X11 does is useful. It would be nice to have, but that's a whole IPC thing. And technically, they don't even do it on copy paste. They do it on selection. Because when you do copy and paste like this, you're not copying first into a buffer, moving on, and then pasting into wherever it is. You're taking from this buffer into here directly. That's why you can do content negotiation, and I can implement that later on, but not with clipboard. All right. So I think that just a 64-bit identifier for not even file formats, just data formats, kind of, should work. In the sense that, you know, this here is just a raw text. Whereas if we like copy with the Kate editor allows you to do this. Do I have Kate? Kate, are you here? Yekaterinburg, Russia. That's not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about this, but I don't have it installed. I'm not gonna bother just to show what I meant. With Kate, you can copy with formatting, and it essentially just creates, I don't know if it's RTF or HTML or what, but it just creates like the actual colors and all the, even the background color, it maintains all that. It makes it really nice for code snippets. So yeah, we could have some simple file formats. And it's just 64 bits, so it's just one more identifier. I did say I just woke up, so yeah, just one more identifier. All right, and actually, for the sake of convenience, where is this information going to be conveyed? Right, so this is the file descriptor. When you open a file, you get returned one of these. The data in it is not used necessarily, but we can choose to use it. And we're going to do that in this case. 64 format data signature, because format makes me think no format is not right. Type, it's like, for example, if I copy a PNG or I copy a JPEG, I tag both of those as image. The format isn't just image, but I tag it as an image. That way, if my code editor is trying to paste an image, it's like, oh no, sorry, I'm not supposed to use this. But if my image editor is trying to paste an image, it's like, oh yeah, give me that data. I know how to process it. And it will look at the internal header to know whether it's a PNG or a JPEG or a what other format it is, or if it's raw data. Maybe type. Data type. Let's call it data type. Right. Category. I think I prefer data type, but category is not necessarily a bad idea. All right. So again, the file descriptor, when we open a file, will tell us the data type that it has. And the when we store the file, which I'm completely blanking on where that is right now. I think it's here. Yes. The module file, this is the virtual virtual definition of a file. This one will also have a U64 data type. And then on top of that, I want to create a file types.h pragma once. Maybe I'll even type def a U64. I always forget when you're supposed to put. No, it's the other way around. See, you're not. Wait. Supposed to include types, otherwise U64 doesn't exist. Yeah, this is how you're supposed to do it. New name here, old name here. I should remember this because when you're type defing a struct, you do it like this. So when you're type defing anything else, you just do it like this. No, not file type. Data type. Data type. Is it data type T? Data signature? Ooh, data signature. Look how fancy that sounds. I like it. Data signature. It sounds so much more interesting than it actually is. Alright, there's an ad starting on Twitch, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. We're gonna continue working on this a little bit. Okay, we're back. I forgot to manually run the ad, so running a 3-minute ad actually took 5 minutes, because Twitch is a very well functioning platform with concrete, very well established and well enforced rules. Anyway, whenever you want to make me partner, go for it. I'm literally the only person saying anything positive. I may be sarcastic about it. Doesn't change the fact that I am. Okay, back to implementing data signatures, which again, this name is, honestly, I'm impressed by how much smarter it sounds than what it actually is. It's just a 64-bit identifier for different types of data. We're going to include it in a file descriptor, and we're going to include it in the definition of a file. So inside of the file system and what is exposed to applications, so that we can plan accordingly. Now, there are kind of very weird files. Maybe I need to start. It would suck to do this, but technically, I have the possibility of opening a file for reading and opening a file for writing, which points to two different files. That's what's happening in the clipboard right now. /clipboard is a file that when you write from it, when you write to it, you copy whatever you want into the clipboard. When you read from it, you paste from the clipboard. But that means that when you open it, you're always getting back some information. It gives you the size of the file of what's currently in the clipboard. That's completely useless if you're trying to write to the clipboard. And now it'll also give you the data signature of what's in the clipboard. Completely useless if you're trying to write. But honestly, I don't give a fuck. That's the reality of it. Just ignore that information if you don't need it. Whatever. The other thing is that when you're writing, again, it tells you like, okay, the last thing that was pasted, that was copied was an image, right? So I'm like, open the clipboard for me. Okay, here it is. By the way, there's 10 bytes of an image. Very small image, apparently. And then my application is like, yeah, I don't care. Here's 50 bytes of text. That means that the file descriptor needs to have the type. So yeah, it's not amazing, but whatever. Genuinely, whatever. Alright, so that means when I open a file, when I create a file, it has a data signature. And when I do any kind of operation with a file, I do it with a file descriptor, which the file system can choose whether to listen to it or not. That should be fine. The last thing I really need to do is for the virtual file system, we have entries. Just a little helper function to help me create files in the virtual file system. This one should probably specify a data signature. In this case, we're gonna write in data type. That's actually what it's called, not signature. Data type is more descriptive.
Ange_p_dev followed your channel.
And that means anywhere that I'm using make entry is going to have to be updated with a signature. But also, command entry, you're going to need a data type. I kind of want to define them a little bit. Probably don't want to use an enum for this. I'm good with just using this. Unknown. Or should I do DS? That sig unknown. Data sig unknown. Yeah, that works. All right. How can I write them? Data signatures. Again, the entire point of using U64 is just for easy access. But in reality, I want to store them as characters. Kind of like the real data signatures do. Well, data signatures, magic numbers. File signatures. That's what they're called. Yeah, you can access them as bytes. And you can even just check, is the byte 2321? Then that's this. But really, the point is that they're supposed to be somewhat readable by humans in a text editor. So I kind of want to make that easy. So I don't think I can, though. Data signature command.
Dimos982 followed your channel.
Right, something like this. I guess just a string, right? The problem is assigning the string probably won't work. Let me see. Yeah. I'm converting char4 to unsigned long. Though I can technically just make the signature a char8. Not quite. The value is actually the address of CMD0. It's a char pointer. Make it a struct. That just complicates things a lot more. But you're not wrong. I can do that. But then to define it, I have to do it like Yeah. Yeah. It's not incredible. Because then that means that a signature is this. But it should work. Nope. How is there an unexpected, hold on. How is this a problem? I want this here. Oh, because it's supposed to be commas, not semicolons. Or nothing, actually. I can leave it like that. Data sig command. It's so much nicer when it's a uint64. That's the thing. Can I might as well look it up. Convert an array of 8 bytes into 64-bit integer. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. What the fuck? That's horrifying. Not this one. It's horrifying. But I prefer it over this. What's your problem? Backslash and new line separated by space. Oh, yeah, okay. So U64. So now I can do that work for you? That looks like it works. And I can define it as 0. I can make it random numbers, again, if that's what you want. But yeah, we're good on the shifts here. 0, 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48, 60, 56, not 66. Oh, Zed, you were being clever about this, I'm sorry. I was trying to align them all, but Zed was also trying to do the same thing, so... Okay, so yeah, I can just use a 64-bit unsigned integer to represent data signatures. And I can just define it like this, which makes it a lot easier. It's all nice and wonderful until you look at what it expands to. That's true. I wish I could make it compile time. Because, yeah, it expands to this shit. Which, by the way, what does that even look like? Am I using this command entry anywhere? Or I just create it for no goddamn reason? Yeah, reload in the theme. It should be getting optimized. I'm not sure if I have the optimizations on. I think I enabled them. I can enable them, to be fair. We can check.
Memos who followed your channel.
I kind of don't know what happens Like, you're trying to shift more than you have. This is not 8 characters, you know? But, alright, let's run it and see what it does. Make command entry. Alright, so I'm just gonna... Wait, I don't need to do that. Then just put a print anywhere else, really. Yeah, just put it here. Not seeing it. Think that'll make it obvious? I'm still not seeing it. I'm not sure what this actually does in practice. That's why I'm trying to print it. But why is it not printing? I mean, we are calling this in the theme specifically. When the theme gets loaded, make command entry right there. And the theme actually loaded, so it's clearly working, but... The fuck? It should be here. Make command entry. Have I been working on the wrong repository the entire time? Mother of God, I've been working on the wrong repository the entire time. Okay, it's literally the same repository, but it's a submodule. This is the original, this is the submodule. Christ. Amazing. Shared files, data signatures. There you go. Christ. Just gonna manually move it over. I don't care. Is this what? System module. Boom. This is VFS. Yeah, some modules are so great to work with. Now, I can guarantee you that you have all the data that you need. Yeah, because now you're going to complain about make entry. That makes sense, actually. Now that I think about it, this should have never run. For the time being, though, because I don't want to do the entire conversion. The module file has no... It doesn't. Module file has no... Oh, I haven't saved. Okay, that explains it. Okay, there it is. Result of shift 4D43. And 4. What was it? 4. Clang, I don't give a shit. Can you just expand this, please? My God. I literally just wanna use the one feature. 4-3, 4D, 4-4. So they're actually backwards. No, not really. I want to store them in Little Endian, but when I read them in Little Endian, like, yeah, that's fine, right? That's fine. I mean, what if I read it? Okay, yeah, like that, and then I read it like this. I have to read it like this to be fair. No, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. 4-3 is which character again? D, right? No. Oh my god, Indian this just breaks my brain completely. It's being stored as DMC, which is Little Endian for CMD. Since everything is Little Endian, I think we're good. Right? This should be the Little Endian version. As far as I know. Yeah, I copied the Little Endian. It's not Big Endian, so yeah, I should use this one. I think we're good. Can I do... Alright, here's a thing that I can do. Yeah, string compare is what I want to do. Of the data signature command. Okay, so this is the 64-bit integer. I should be able to, first off, just print it. Now that I actually have it in a variable, cmp test. I print it with its address as a string. What's gonna happen now? You have to recompile the entire damn... Hold on. CMD. Okay, that's what I want. And then, just to be clear, just to be fully 100%, a million percent safe, cmp between and string compare test and cmd equals 0 print match. And of course, you're going to complain that this is technically not a char pointer string, but we're going to turn it into one because we're doing C. And we know what we're doing. Match. Bada bing, bada boom. We're good. Okay, perfect. So yeah, it's not the most readable, but it works. And we can now tag this as command. All right. And I'm actually working on the right repository this time. Which I wasn't before. Alright, so when you make one of these entries, you have to indicate, well, you don't have to. Again, this is completely voluntary. It's up to you whether you ignore it or not. But you have to specify this, even if it's just 0, which that's a cool thing. You can use 0 directly. You can use any magic number that you want. You can make your own type. Sky's the limit. Well, 18 quintillion is the limit because it's a 64-bit integer. But besides that, do whatever you want. which means theoretically we support 18 quintillion data types. But we're not there yet. All right. Adding that means that anywhere that we use make entry, we're going to need to define some types. So let me see. We have a test here, which is nothing really. This completely random file that I created. The theme the stack file system one, this one's going to be interesting because I generalized it maybe a little bit too much. What is this? This is also stackfs. This is the definition of the function. This is stackfs again. Okay, that's because I have that. Okay, so I'm not using this make entry in a lot of places. Okay, so for example, this TMP thing here, what's the data signature? We don't know, we don't care. So that would be, we want to make it correct. Well, actually, it's already included with VFS, so we can just do data signature. Can I stop pressing the wrong key? Unknown. How nice. All right. The theme defines a data signature, and here we're going to make data signature theme, which I'm going to define later. And then the stackfs. This is where it gets kind of interesting because here it is kind of unknown for this file. This one is unknown, so that's... Well, this is actually unknown for both. Never mind. It doesn't get interesting yet. Because this is actually a directory. So the entry directory is... It's kind of supposed to be ignored. But we're going to keep it just in case also. Yeah, it has to be there. And slash clipboard, the directory as file entry of it, is unknown. It is actually unknown. You determine the type when you open it, or when you write to it. Alright, so theme, we need to implement one for you. Okay, another thing, what happens if I make it too big? Should be complaining, right? Oh, it actually clips it. It will actually clip it. Not great, because I would rather this was an error, but listen, it's fine. Alright, there's that. I might as well also create some very basic... Is that even... That's 8 characters exactly, so that's perfect. Alright, I might as well create a couple useful ones like text and which are literally text and red pkg. These are text files, just any random text, and application files. Which actually I kind of hadn't thought about this, but the file browser kind of needs something like this to know how to open certain files. Even just going by extension. But going by self-reported data type would also be nice. what is the error here? Oh, okay. Yeah, when you're actually when you're writing to the stack file, again, you're creating a new file of any kind that you want. And you have to fill out the signature from here, actually, which I haven't saved, which is why autocomplete doesn't work. Data type. There we go. That should fix it. All right. So that means in the clipboard, we can choose our own data type to self-report what kind of data we're copying into the clipboard. And it will be taken from the file descriptor. To make sure that that works, the file descriptor is technically a little bit weird because the application holds a file descriptor for the instance of the file that they have opened, but the file system translates that to the actual file, where multiple instances of different files have different IDs, but then they get translated to the same one here, to the global file descriptor, and this loses that information. So we kinda, anywhere that I'm doing this, need to make sure that we keep the data type. Or even just steal it. What is an open file descriptor anyway? It's not great. Alright. Next, when we're writing the file, this one is important. That one was for closing a file. That doesn't really make sense, but just for the sake of completeness, I'm going to also report the data type. Completeness, is that a word? Probably not. Truncating, also not important, but we're gonna do it. Reading, not sure if it's gonna be important or not. And then closing the file. Okay, that's it. Should be good. But here's what we're gonna do. File browser. We're gonna expand it a little bit to actually tell us the type of the file so we can check that this is actually working like it's supposed to be working. And then I need to update the clipboard code to actually report on the file type, because that's not a thing. And also filter the file type, right? Don't paste if it's image data, but you expect text data. All right, so somewhere here is a call to stat. And it's not doing a whole lot of information. All right, now this is going to be a little more complicated. I should be able to just print it without displaying it on the screen, which is going to make it a lot easier for me to code this. Signature for S is S. Full path data and end st. Right, I haven't updated this part. Stat also needs to return the data type. That way, that's how we know what the data type of a file is. All right, so this will tell us the signature. We're not storing it anywhere. We're not doing anything with it. We're just printing it. And that's going to make it useful. But before that, I need to, anywhere that I'm doing stat, literally anywhere that I'm doing stat, I think it's get stat. Yeah. Report on this as well. Probably gonna, no, not theme, text. Probably gonna have this a lot, so, FAT32, okay, no, FAT32 intentionally does not fill this information out. Temp file system uses the virtual file system, so we'll get to that. Vert does not report on this. Network does not have stat. Scheduler, okay, this is actually an interesting one because this is /proc, and /proc has /proc/ process ID /out, which is the output of the process, but it also has state, which is the proc state, process state. We can actually just hardcode it here. We don't have to hardcode it in that thing. Theme uses VFS, and also here as well, we don't have to. Clipboard uses the one from stat. Audio does
We
not
need
have
glass of
it. This
water
does not
followed
have
your
it. This
channel.
does not have it. RNG. You return raw data. Let's call it raw, which I will define in the header file. Alright, so that was a lot less work than I expected it to be. But now we should be getting a report on what some file types are. Well, now once I finish actually coding the damn thing. Jester is dreaming right now. Alright, so first off I'm gonna get rid of this. And I'm going to create one for raw data. Which should solve all my issues, all my compilation errors, but I still need to fill out this function where the stat data type is taken from the file data type. And the same thing happens here, where, actually here, this function, like that. All right. So we won't actually see it visually on the screen, but we should be seeing it in the console. The file browser should now be able to read some basic information about their signatures. So signature for this is empty. Hold up. Maybe you need to be a little bit smarter about this because that's printing garbage. All right. We don't have a signature for the root directory. That doesn't really have one. I don't expect directories to have one, but yeah. All right. So let's see. Theme. There it is. It prints garbage. Why are you printing garbage though? It's not null terminated, is it? If I print it as a string slice with that and then 8 as the size, casting that to a char pointer and printing it as a string slice, I think that's gonna get rid of it. Slash theme, red theme. Okay, good. Reload. It's a CMD, that's correct. See, this is a command. When you write to it, it runs a function. Is there anywhere else that this is already implemented? I think not. Wait, what's the other one that I did? Yeah, /proc. Out is text, and state is process state. Nice. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I do want to define the two that I created for theme and proc state. Proc state sounds a little weird if you mispronounce it just enough. Also, red heme. Alright, there. At least I have it standardized. It's probably better than to just hard-code a bunch of strings in different places. Okay, now to implement this in the clipboard, I unfortunately do have to make the clipboard a little bit more complex. In the sense that wait. That's why I was working on the other repository and not this one. I don't have the changes with the clipboard on this one. So I'm going to commit this real quick. Added data signatures. Hi heck. XEH. Data signatures. That's gonna fail. We need to pull first. Push the changes. And that is gonna give us clipboard. Just making sure that everything is correct before I move on to working on the other repository. Clipboard.h, here it is. All right. Yeah, when you copy, I expect you to report a data signature type. Expected signatures. And unfortunately, it wouldn't just be a one-liner anymore, but we can do a couple of things. First off, In GLFW, we're only allowed to work with strings. So, no, is that technically true? I can copy whatever I want. Hold on. Let me read what GLFW has to say about this. What they have to say for themselves. As a UTF, it encoded string or null if an error occurred. Okay, so it expects it to be a string 100%. It's technically just a bunch of characters put together, right? So it could very easily just be a non-readable string, and you can pass any kind of data that you want, but it looks like this is not how they want it to work. Also just realized that this does not return anything. Oh wait, somebody told me about that in yesterday's stream, and I kind of forgot about that. Sorry. Anyway, if the expected signature is not equal to 0, to data signature invalid, or what did I call it? I need to kind of remember that. First off, we're going to include files data signatures. Then I'm going to write this code here because Clang won't give me autocomplete for these parts. Data sig unknown, and it's also not data sig text, then return 0. Right? GLFW is limited to text, so if you try to get something that isn't text from GLFW, you won't get it. Same thing is going to happen here. Just going to return, because, sorry, but I don't have the correct signature type. This is going to get a little bit more complicated than that. I mean, file system itself is kind of Unix-based. So actually, today I'm solving one of the shortcomings that I'm seeing with Unix file systems, and it's that you don't, when you, blah, 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 blah. All right, when you're talking to data files, so files that just contain raw data, you don't really know what that raw data is supposed to look like. So I added data signatures to kind of, you know, self-report what kind of data this is. Unfortunately, I can't use simple write or read full file anymore. I have to implement them manually. Now, read full file is actually just a helper. That looks like this. So, bada bing. And the bada a boom. With this, the path in question is /clipboard return 0 if we fail to open the file. And here we are pasting, so we're reading from the clipboard. Okay. And then the file descriptor data type, I'm going to set it to the expected signature and expect the file system to filter that for me. So let me review this code real quick. Okay, so we're going to open the file. We're going to allocate enough space for the file. Oh, that's going to tell me that... No, hold on. Hold on. Opening the file will already tell me the file descriptor. This is not where I need to worry about sending it to it. it will fill out the file descriptor. If file descriptor is, file descriptor data type is not equal to 0, and the file descriptor data type is not equal to the expected signature, then I return 0, meaning the data that is currently in the clipboard is not the type of data that I'm looking for, so nothing we can
Chivipo
paste.
followed your channel.
If not, we're going to allocate some space. We are going to
Alpha.
report the size. And we are going to read into it. We're going to close the file and we're going to return the data that we pasted. Cool. Whereas with GLFW, we only limit it to strings, but then after that, it's just one simple call there. Now, this one gets a little bit different for writing. First off, we're going to open /clipboard. Then we're going to write into the file descriptor data type the type of the data that we're writing. Then we're going to write using the file descriptor with the data that we just modified, the buffer, and the size. File descriptor const char buff. Oh, I see. And then we're going to close the file. All right, so that should report the type of file that this is without us having to bother. See, this is where submodules really suck. I really wish Git submodules were thought out more than 5 seconds. Or frankly, anything that has to do with Git, they thought about it more than 5 seconds. Because right now, all this code that I just wrote is inside of the operating system's code. Right? Inside of the submodule for the library that is inside of the operating system. But I don't have anything inside of the operating system itself actually implementing these two functions that I can use to test. So what that means is I need this code outside of this repository and into the main one, the other copy of the same repository that is not a submodule, but is its own repository. And I can either commit this code without testing it, or, which is actually what I'm going to end up doing, manually copying and pasting the code, and by the way, also pulling. Why is the pull failing? Oh, I turned on optimizations for something completely... Never mind. And also, yeah, the original changes are all in here, because... See, I kind of wish I could tell Git, hey, remember that submodule? Yeah, just link it to this folder. Link it to this repository, but only in my local copy. You know, where someone else downloading this project that doesn't already have a copy of my library as a submodule, I just undid the changes that I needed to test. Whatever. Let me paste them back. Someone else just gets the latest submodule. I wish I could do that kind of linking. And really, anything that uses Git has that problem. Alright. This should give me, yeah, errors. Now, because... Well, which one is going to give me an error? Uno. This library. You now have... this. I can hard code this right now. I could easily do that. Since clipboard copy no longer takes this. Okay. Saving the file actually like updated it. I'm gonna hard code it just to test, but probably want to make it a little bit more complicated than this. Okay, limited to only text for the time being. What I mean by a little bit more complicated is the node itself should be able to tell us pretty nicely what kind of copy and paste it supports. But there we go. All right. Copy. We can go to the clipboard, and boom, told me nothing. Latest, 0. Text, okay. So this one doesn't report a type. That's not right. I gotta fix that. Can I add ChatGPT support? No. Can I add the opposite of support to it? Ban it, essentially. Will it be modular? Kind of. It is, somewhat. But right now, just through conditional compilation, which really just amounts to, for example, graphics, virtual GPU and Raspberry Pi GPU, stuff like that. But it's all done through conditional compilation. It's not done through linking, but eventually maybe. Yeah. All right. The clipboard is having issues because the root file, this one, is not reporting the correct data type. Why are you not reporting the correct data type, buddy? I keep finding, oh my god. This is insane. I keep finding bugs in this god-forsaken system. I wrote it on Friday and I've been paying for it ever since. There's bug after bug after bug because of stupid mistakes that I made. Alright, there's an ad break, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. It is on GitHub. You can do command git and you'll get it. Okay, ad is still running, but I gotta fix this god fucking thing. Ah. I'm actually so annoyed at how many bugs I have created in this thing. Well, to be fair, because this is kind of a really weird system, I need this. Alright. When we're doing stat for a file, I kind of didn't realize that this happened. It works fine. It actually reported, I already closed it, but it reported that the text that I copied was in fact text. That's great, right? But it didn't report it for /clipboard, which is supposed to be the shortcut to get the latest contents of the clipboard. And the reason for that is that stat kinda doesn't realize um, hold on. Kinda doesn't realize that that file is kind of a router to another file. It's kind of a proxy to another file. So we need to insert that manually. Kind of like that, actually. Should be enough to do a little redirect. Actually, probably should create a system to properly redirect files to other files. Not a symlink or anything like that. It's kind of a little bit more complicated than that because it doesn't always point to the same file. It just points to the latest file. But anyway, should be able to go into the code editor, select some text, copy it, go to the file browser clipboard, and it is in fact reported as text. And then also, if I just go to the file, it crashes. Go fuck yourself. On VFS H103. 103? That's weird. I mean, hold on. It's kind of a weird way to crash. I am working on the right repository. All these changes are going to the operating system, yes. It's reporting the crash is happening on line 103 of vfs.h. Okay, now that makes sense now. It didn't before. Oh no, the report... I'm confused as hell. How can return be crashing? How can return true be crashing? I feel like this is not really reporting the correct file here. It's filesystem.c219. Which returns a get stat for the module. The module is clipboard. Where is it? Ah, utils, here it is. Clipboard. Stack get stat, here it is. And then it's gotta be this function because it's the one that I just modified. Does it just not have a name? Is that what you're complaining about? I feel like this is probably what it's complaining about. It's kind of weird. Alright, that's probably cleaner anyway, so prefer it. Alright, run that. Please don't make me have to deal with this shit again. I'm tired of working on this one file for all weekend. Alright, this one is reported as text. Failed to get info for clipboard 0. My brother in Christ, how?
Das _NYR followed your channel.
That should be the correct logic. If the path is that, or there isn't one, then we just get the latest file. Otherwise, we get this file. And that's it. Right? Is it maybe not realizing that this changed? Let me do a clean. With 198 threads. Didn't I copy? Failed to get info. Why? Why are you failing to get it? Oh my god, I'm gonna go crazy. I've literally spent 90% of the streams from this week just debugging this one file. It's insane. Oh boy. Alright, let's go to debugging. Let's call it pointer to later. Latest. Otherwise, pointer to the latest, that's correct. And there is no latest. What the hell? Why is it not copying the first time? Alright, there it is. Path 0. So, oh my god. The behavior of this thing changes constantly. I don't understand what is happening, but every single time I try to use this function, it changes its behavior completely. Every single time. My god. And the issue is that I'm expecting the path to be /0. So I skip the slash and I compare to 0. Except that's broken now because the path is no longer /0 like it used to be. It is now just 0, which is wrong. But it used to work because it used to be /0. And if I remove that, it's now gonna be /0. And oh my god, why does this keep happening? Though I do have a theory that maybe latest and root directory are working differently. So why is it not copying? I have to copy twice for it to work once. And there's more and more bugs as the streams go on. I actually copied 3 times there because I did the good old command CCC to make sure. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Works. 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 And it reports them all correctly. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Alright. And the thing is... Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're just gonna do this, honestly. Instead of the +1. That makes it easier. That should make it work for everything. Just skip the slash if it exists. Okay. Okay, that's better. Now, I am tired of working on this damn file. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this code a little bit better. If there's no path... No, that's not correct. If there is a path, and the first character of the path is a slash, we're gonna skip it. Simple, conditional, like that. Alright? And then we're gonna get the correct entry here, like this. Alright, so hopefully this one introduces more bugs than it fixes, cause god damn it. It will. It will. So maybe I have that helper here, that's cool, but I won't bother with it for the time being. Alright, let me not overcomplicate things to the point of insanity. So I can use it here and I can use it in open. In root. Like that. Alright. Okay. So let's see now. I copy stuff in here. Like that. And it doesn't work. I don't understand why I have to do it 50 times before it actually works. Why is it not copying? I'm actually getting annoyed. What the fuck? I'm not gonna lie, this entire weekend of building this damn thing has been riddled with the most ridiculous bugs, the most frustrating bugs, and I'm so tired. Oh my god. Did it just break? Is it just not working anymore? That's probably it. It's just not working anymore. That's gotta be the only solution. So here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna ignore that I made any of these changes. It's fine if it breaks. There we go. Thank you. Alright, so accessing the root directory gives me nothing because I'm using the wrong... so frustrating. Alright. I'm not using the clipboard manager here. I'm doing it manually, so that's not gonna work. Include utils clipboard. Here. Clipboard copy. Why did I write it like this? Buffer, then signature, then size. That is so wrong. Hey, Peter. Alright, so now anywhere that I made this change, this really ridiculous change apparently, I need to be careful. Wait, what about the other one? The paste. Expected signature and size. Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, anywhere that I made this clipboard copy stuff, I need to make sure that it is buffer size type. Buffer size type. That's it. Luckily, it's just one place that I've used this so far. Alright, so that's hello. That's that. That's that. And then clipboard paste, expecting only text, and don't care about the size. Alright, pasted text hello. Clipboard. Yep. 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 Yes. 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 Alright. So it's all working until it isn't. But we are manually reporting that something is text. Now, can I try to be a little bit smart about the type of stuff that I copy? I think I can. Definitely try. Alright. If I have a focused node, then I can do a data signature return type here for supported data for a specific type. No, that's not it. Docgen type. Where I can just make a very simple switch on the type and then fill it out. Okay. Where actually not a whole lot is going to change, but data signature text. We support text on anything that has text, copies and pastes text, and the default unknown. Then I can check the current nodes, which can be the text editor or it can be anything else, type. Supported data for the focused nodes info general type. And likewise, so if a UI element supports copy or paste, then we are going to try to copy, reporting the type of data that it supports, which right now can only be text, and reporting the type of, and only expecting the type of data that it supports. So if you try to paste an image, it won't work. Though right now everything is just text, so this won't even be necessarily testable, but I mean, if everything works fine, I'm expecting it to be fine. Forgot that Linux has command V taken. There we go. Okay, I'm able to paste because indeed my text field supports text. All right, now there are these errors, these logs here, which I'm pretty sure are coming from nowhere, apparently. Nowhere. These logs are coming from nowhere. I'm assuming they're coming from the library not being rebuilt. Yeah. All right. So the entire point of the system, technically, I mean, the reason that I thought of it was because in the clipboard you can have any kind of data and you don't know what the data looks like. So now we have some metadata that tells us that. Metadata. Feels weird to pronounce it like that. That actually gives us that information. And it also gives us information on any kind of what is it called? File that we may not know what kind of information it reports. So I didn't make any more changes here. I think I just copied so I could test it without having to do a commit, but I think it works fine. So I should be fine with reverting this and committing this. Now this whole file, I'm probably gonna need to fix it a whole bunch. It's clearly horrible code if it literally breaks every 5 minutes. With 5 minutes not even being an exaggeration here, I'm pretty sure if I try it again, it's all gonna be broken. I love programming. You make one, you have one day in which you write kind of shitty code and you pay for it for the rest of your life. It's great. It's fucking great. Well, one off day, and you're done. Okay, so this is pretty much just clipboard, report, and filter data signature. Push. And then file system data signatures. Wait, not you. You can stay, you can stay, you can stay. Yep, we're good. Not you. Good. 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 Okay. Yes. All right. I again have three directions technically that I can go after implementing that. I can continue working on that and make my file browser a little bit smarter. So right now the file browser literally just shows you file names. It doesn't, I just made a clean instead of running. This is just stored as names, nothing else. So it would be nice if we could make it a little bit smarter. And maybe even do something like Linux does with the colors. The blue are directories. The light blue are symlinks. And we don't technically have any files here, but if we check here, the green ones are files. And the white ones are also files. What's the difference between them? Don't really know what the difference between this file and this file is to make this one green and this one white, to be honest. Green is executable or recognized data file. So you're telling me it doesn't recognize .img? It doesn't recognize this image file, but it recognizes this image file. Okay. Cyan is symbolic link. Yep. Yellow with a black background is a device. I could have just listed directly, but yeah, very much so. Magenta pink is a graphic image file. What you mean a graphic image file? Like... Oh. Okay, that. Red is an archive file. Don't have any, so... And red with a black background is a broken link. Those stay? Why don't you just delete it? Anyway, doesn't matter. Kind of very ugly colors, not gonna lie. But it does have them. So I can work on that. I can work on trying to do clipboard sharing. Don't love that idea, to be completely honest, because I have to deal with this device, which is probably gonna be the easiest part. More so, I need to understand the SPICE protocol. I just closed a tab and ended up closing the entire browser, didn't I? Yeah. Vertical tabs are nice because they give you a lot more space, but I still can't get used to the fact that it feels like I only have one tab open, and so I close the entire window. But I think it's just getting used to it. This is so much cleaner too. And I make it as big as I want. There is a way to yeah, that's how you do it. And Control Shift V, was it? No, Control Alt Z. Alright, so I can use this to kind of close some stuff. Alright, this is the SPICE user manual. Do you have a developer manual? SPICE protocol. Alright, so if I want to do copy and paste, I have to kind of implement this protocol through this device that I talked about here. And not sure exactly how it works, to be completely honest. I'm not expecting it to be particularly complicated. And frankly, might be worth doing, but maybe not today, because do I really need to share a clipboard with Linux just yet? Probably not. Although implementing the protocol would be pretty useful for, talking to the virtual machine better. Having it... Actually, hold on. Let me look at this real quick. I'm not going to open Windows, but... Let's see. Haiku. That's fine. Here... Right, so SPICE actually handles display. I'm not entirely sure what it does with the display. Maybe it allows you to just resize the window and whatnot. Or even just adapt to the size of the window or something like that. Channel SPICE. I could check the SPICE user manual to know what I can do with it. USB pass-through, I think, also is done with SPICE. Not sure why, but apparently it is. How confident with C? Pretty confident, honestly. Well, just have to write code, and eventually you're confident. Like it's not about timelines. I feel like can't really be thinking about how long it takes because I don't know. I feel like timelines are not the right focus for that type of thing. Just when you feel confident, and when you don't, it takes you a little longer to do things. Right, video, audio, USB devices, and folders without complications. Hey, you can share folders with this as well. It's interesting. Let's see the for newbies protocol. I just kind of want to know what it's able to do. Socket wrapper for secured and unsecured communication.
Person NBR followed your channel.
Red channel base, red channel, display channel, inputs channel, cursor channel, playback channel, record
Atano
channel.
69 followed your channel.
I'm not entirely sure what any of that means. Wait, QXL, I read that somewhere too. Okay, features, here it is. Graphics commands. Transmission and handling of 2D graphics commands. 3D support is soon to come, as opposed to frame buffer updates. Alright. Hardware acceleration. Alright. Image compression, video compression, caching, mouse modes. Multiple monitors, two-way audio and lip sync, hardware cursor, live migration, WAN optimizations, and copy and paste. So that's pretty much what I really want is this one. Everything else I have already implemented myself, and I don't really need to communicate with a host machine for any reason. And frankly, the last thing I want is another remote desktop solution. That's the last thing operating systems need. Okay, still though, I feel more like I want to implement better behavior in the file browser. I want to make my file browser a little bit smarter. Also, not gonna lie, I should probably move this to the main branch. It's more than enough time. How is my branch up to... Oh. Okay. Git merge PR1. Git push. Then OS shared. Git checkout main. And git pool. Alright. I'm a little bit concerned that the main module hasn't realized that the submodule changed branches. But there's a high chance that because it's the same commit, it just doesn't even realize. It doesn't keep track of it? That can't be right. I thought for sure that this would just synchronize with a certain version. I mean, it should. Wait, no, this is seen as a submodule. I don't even know anymore. I think inside of Git, this is a file that has the hash for the latest commit that you're supposed to sync to. I don't know, Git submodules are not implemented well. What can I say? You have to learn them. Why do you have to learn something so basic? I feel like that goes with Git a lot. Has a lot of very quirky, specific behavior that you have to understand how it works, and it really doesn't make sense to me. Like, this is an example of something that I dealt with a while ago. Essentially, we have a main branch, which has a bunch of commits. These are commits, clearly. And then a coworker of mine created another branch and did a commit. And then I needed to do some features, so I did them off the latest branch, so this one. But then I realized that I shouldn't have done it off of this branch, I should have done it off of this branch. And the tree actually looked like this. It was very clean, it was very simple. Now, the changes that I made were so simple and they didn't interfere with the changes that my coworker made in this commit here, so all I needed to do was just rebase so that my branch, which by the way, this is technically like a different branch. All I needed to do was make it so that my branch, instead of pointing to this commit as its base, would point to this commit as its base. I would call that a rebase. But apparently, Git is so smart that it realizes, huh, you're already based off of this change here. Just want to get rid of this one. But I don't even know what the logic is behind it, but if you try to rebase so that your base isn't this one but this one, it's like, well, it already is this. It just so happens that this commit is also there. So nothing changes. So all I ended up doing is cherry picking my changes and just manually applying them to a new branch based off of this one, instead of dealing with whatever the hell Git was trying to do. I don't know. See the projects from the start. Yeah, for streams, you'll be able to watch the last month or so. And for YouTube, you should be able to find also my normal videos, which there are a lot of topics that I haven't made videos on. Probably should. But yeah, you can find those. Just the regular videos. And what's on YouTube and Twitch. Alright. Either way, nothing that I just mentioned is even relevant. And nothing that I just mentioned about Spice and all that is even relevant, because I'm gonna continue working on the file system stuff. Alright. Don't need any of these projects anymore. So that's gonna get very confusing. But I might as well just finish doing commits here. And what changes did I make here? Nothing. Not sure what's going on here, why this project is even open in the first place. Alright. So, the file browser. So, when we are trying to enter a directory, or a file actually, so only then do we try to get information. And it's kind of very limited like this. In that, if the extension is .red, this is an executable, so run it. If the extension is .c, this is a C code file, so just open it in an editor. I want to expand on this functionality, and data signatures are going to let me do that a little bit, but I probably want to do something a little smarter than this. Right. So, I have a stack for files, which is what I changed nothing, but I think make things that I changed everything, so now it's rebuilding the entire project. Or I did a clean, one of those two, I'm not sure. Anyway, the stack of files is just this. And again, it has no real information on what these files are. So alright. I don't want it to just be a string anymore. I want to hold some more accurate information. Okay, so first we're going to have a string with the name of the file. The name of the directory we can actually get directly from context, so we're good. We want to have a data signature. And we want to have an entry type, which indicates if it's a file or a directory. Maybe we even want to get a size. Don't think this is necessary, but yeah, no, we're not going to get that. All right. So we're going to hold all this information. So that. And also, this whole logic here for getting a full path, I can also just hardcode this, honestly. It's probably easier. All right, so we're going to have a file name, but we're also going to have a file full path. Just going to make it easier to work with certain things. All right, you're not going to push that anymore. You're now going to push a file data with full path. And why can I not delete this? The hell is wrong with Z? The name is going to be S. And it's just going to get the address of this because you're just going to copy it into the stack. That's it. All right, so now here, this full path, it's not your problem to fix it anymore. Yeah, I'm changing a lot of stuff here, so this entire function I'm probably going to have to change. Because this kind of relies on just a file name in order to then combine it with a full path and enter a directory. And maybe I don't even need to do that. And just do this. Oh, this is super hard-coded. Oh my god. What is this viewed path? What is this used for? Oh, this is literally just a string that holds the directory that we opened. Why is it a full-on allocated string? I have no idea. I'm honestly not even sure what I was doing. Alright, that stays the same. Is that all the errors fixed? I think so. Alright. Everything should work the same, but I've made the code a million times more complicated. And somehow actually removed code in the process. No, I actually just made a crash. That's cool. Why are you crashing? Because of errors in string.h. Who's calling string.h? Nobody knows. Alright, before I continue this, there's an ad break coming up, so I'm just gonna be back in 3 minutes. Alright, here we are. I just cleaned my code up a little bit and now the whole fucking thing crashes. So I love to see that. And the worst part is it doesn't even tell me exactly where it crashes because it's just making up addresses or what. I don't even know what it's trying to do here. Now I can always do this. And it should tell me the address. 400BE4. No, 00BE4. See, it crashes here. Not where it was claiming. Refresh. Why am I debugging like this? I have no idea. Traverse directory is crashing. Interesting. You're telling me that it's crashing here? On the one piece of code I haven't changed? That's spelled horribly wrong, but whatever. Yeah, so somehow the one part of the code that I didn't change is crashing right now. I'm tired. I don't know what the hell has been going on since Friday that I've been writing the shittiest code ever. That parts that I haven't changed crash. Parts that I've fixed break again. They unfix themselves. What the actual fuck? Which one of you cursed me? Like, what is going on? This is so ridiculous. A function that I didn't even change, the one thing that didn't even change is broken. Alright. Sure, man. Whatever. Fucking hell. These are not gonna run. This is not gonna do anything. This is the signature part. This is not it. I mean, this is probably it. I'm assuming. I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. Alright, so let me see something real quick. Unless what's crashing isn't the traversal, and it's this shit instead. I'm hoping that's what it is. I mean, it probably is this, because that makes sense. Yeah, so hold on. Maybe I should have finished doing the... Yeah, there it is. This is what's crashing. Alright. That's weird though. This code is pretty much the same as this one. And if it works here, I expect it to work here. Right? That should be valid. Parent directory... No, I can't even spell anymore. Whatever. I'm doing my best. I don't know what to say. Parent directory, this. Its length is 1. So, yeah, this should very much work. Right? What's the problem with this? I mean, huh. Wait, the length of the string is crazy wrong. That's the problem. Why is the length of my string 4,244,320 characters when it's really just 1? I'm assuming that the string is not getting inserted properly? Yeah, it's a very small string, nothing particularly interesting going on there. It's not even worth looking into, just let it crash, whatever. Push. Yeah. Oh, because it's not a string. My god. This is the problem. Since I changed full path to be a char and not a string, there we go. There we go. Very good, very good. Okay, we're back. Most fucking ridiculous bugs I'm dealing with this weekend, I swear to god. Alright, so anyway. Where's the example of stat that I'm using? Here it is. So we're actually gonna stat here. And we're gonna use that to fill out information on the file. Right, so we already have the file's name, we already have the file's full path, and we don't have a semicolon, so that's a problem. Move! Why doesn't this... This is supposed to only open when you hover, and then it never closes. It's so annoying. If you do stat, then we're gonna save that information, the signature from the stat data type, and the... what else? Type from the st type, which is an entry type, really. The first question, though, to ask myself is it actually opening files and doing everything like it's supposed to? Yeah, this works. Nope, it's not. Well, failed to get info. Don't tell me something else broke in the file system, because I swear to God, I will turn this into a file systemless operating system. From now on, there's no more files, no more folders. We're moving on as a species. But I'm hoping... No, some of these open. I think I see the problem. If I try to open tools, fail to get info for tools, that makes sense. Fail... No, temp works. The full path is wrong here. Oh, because I'm still calling enter. Yeah, no, you don't want to do that. You want to do... that, then enter path, that, to open a file. Please, God. Yes. Yes, yes, it works. It works. It's not a whole thing. I don't have to deal with a whole thing with this. Damn. Thank God. Alright. Yeah, it works. Alright, so back to the thing that I actually came here to develop. Can get rid of this also. I forgot what I need to do actually. Right, when I draw a string that here, when I draw a string, I can do a few interesting things. Which this is not sure how that's working, to be completely honest. There we go, and then make this return a caller for type file data data. I'm going to implement here something to do basic. No, actually, I don't need to do that. Not the full file data, just the entry type. All right, so switch on the type. And if it is a, what did I do? Format buffer, okay. If it is a file, we're just going to return the default this. And if it is a directory, what color should I use for directories? I don't mind Ubuntu's like blue. Maybe. Yeah, sure. That is a color. And then why are you complaining? Oh, because default. Alright, so actually I'm gonna make this one the default. Default white, unless there is a special case to handle. I just realized I formatted the code and now it looks like so weird because it made my tabs into spaces. That's horrifying. Can you not do that? I accidentally pressed the wrong button and it did all that. There. Properly written code. Alright, and the thing about this that's going to be a little bit weird is that we are kind of trying to draw a string next to another string, and I don't really have proper support for this. If I want to put the type that it is, like the data signature type that it is, on the right side of the file. So I'm going to put it on the left side because it's a maximum of 8 characters, as I designed it before. So offset is going to be 30. This one. And if data signature I have to be a little bit careful about this. I kind of want to check that the data signature is readable. And yesterday I created string, no, is printable. Oh, for each character. Okay, so it's, okay, I can do it. I understand most of the things you do, but I still come on stream. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy it. Honestly, it's a lot of problem solving and systems design. Besides just writing really shitty code that you have to fix every 5 minutes. That's just this week kind of thing. Alright, that's not usually how it goes. Usually I write pretty shitty code, but not really shitty code. This week it's just been fucking atrocious. I'm genuinely tired. I actually am at my wit's end with the code. What is int 0? At this point, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy where I'm kind of conditioning myself to thinking that I'm writing shitty code, so I write shitty code. But Christ, what is int 0? Int 0 equals I, how's that? Also, I is already used, so. It's gonna be a little weird. Alright, we transformed the data signature into a char pointer by just fucking casting the address. That is the beauty of C. You can just do whatever you want and there's no C police. And we check if it's printable or if it's null, actually, because null characters are technically allowed. And then, if it is valid, meaning we have a printable signature, we can just use it to print. There are only kernel panics. Not if you know what you're doing. Shit, I know what I'm doing, but I have them all the time, so maybe I need to shut the fuck up. Anyway, we are going to print... we're going to draw this text, and we're going to draw it as a string slice because it has a fixed size to it. So that's signature as the data, 8 as the size. Where are we going to draw it? At 30, at offset actually, with offset Y here, scale 3, and color always white. Maybe not fully white, let's do like gray. Except this is alpha, so it needs to be FF. And then we need the address of the context, not the context directly. And then the offset gets increased by what is the name of that function? FB char size? Yeah. Times 8. I'm scared to run this because I've written some shit code, but... Oh! Look at that. Look at that. Although it looks really weird on the left side. But now we know that this are directories. This and this we have no information on, neither we do for this. And we also don't have information for tools, funnily enough. Tools is what used to be /bin. I kind of never mounted that directory, now I'm doing it. And kind of realized I probably haven't finished working on it because, yeah, it doesn't really understand that this is a... that it is a directory, so that's probably not fully implemented. Also, wait, hold on. Because I said white default, sure. But I want to have a special entry case for invalid types. We're just going to grey them out. So that we know that they're not supposed to be accessible. Yeah, okay. So at least I can tell, like, this isn't really a directory that you're supposed to be able to access. Alright. And done much Arch64 assembly. Yeah, a fair amount, but honestly, I couldn't really write code in full assembly. Not just because it's tedious, but also because I pretty much only written assembly when C isn't enough, and that's usually when you have like system registers, or you have to do some special memory operations like dealing with the MMU and stuff like that, which in the end is just system registers. So now really, but I understand it. I understand how it works. All right. Yeah, come to think of it, I can draw the data signature. Hold on. Here. Because to the offset, we just add this times the data name length. So just like that, we can write to the right side. ID, it's said, it's just a code editor technically, but yeah. All right, that, let's do +1 to add a little bit of space in between, but that looks a lot better. Just maybe not break my code in the process. It's already doing a good enough job of breaking itself. All right, there we have it. If I go to /proc, and here I can see, there you go, types. If I go to /tools, it doesn't let me because there's nothing in that directory. If I go to clipboard, let's test it. Text, 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 text. Latest, text, text, text. Okay, that blue is still too dark. Let's do... D. Trying to look at it on the screen. Lower resolution and whatnot. I guess it looks fine. I can definitely do better. But hey, that works. Alright. That was surprisingly easy to implement all of this. Really, the only issue that I've had this entire weekend has been stupid mistakes I made on Friday coming back to bite me in the ass on Saturday and Sunday. Moral of the story, should have just gone to a club or something instead of programming on a Friday night. That's the moral of the story. If I had just gone out and gotten drunk, this would have never happened. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Also, Jester is awake. Scratching his face. Alright. So the text, not the text editor, the file browser can now handle some pretty decent formatting. I kind of want to fix that issue with bin tools. Tools.c. Yeah, it doesn't have a stat. It doesn't have anything. It doesn't do anything. It literally doesn't do a single thing. Whoops. Which explains why you can't open it, you can't read its directories. It's kind of an interesting, maybe I want to expand on it some other day. Maybe I should not be doing this today, because I feel like one more bug and I'm gonna lose it, so, okay, not really, but I'm tired of bugs. This is going to be an interesting module to implement in the file system because these four here are special commands that are integrated inside of the kernel. Here, 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 and here. But the way that this works is it executes commands on... first it tries to get them from a special directory, which is RedOS tools. If it doesn't find it there, it then tries to execute these, which they're only inside these, which are only inside the kernel because they require special privileges, and there's no way to give external programs privileges yet. So they're in here for now. And if not, it just fails. But the interesting thing about it is the fact that I'm going to have to combine a hybrid of virtual and physical files, while also technically talking to another module to load certain files. So that's going to be kind of an interesting thing to implement once I want to list out this directory. Now, a file system designed by Plan 9, for example, would have implemented this as what is it called? Binding? I need to go into Plan 9 and see, because they did kind of a good job with that kind of stuff, but at the same time it's kind of weird. The way that they handle, like... It's probably easier if I just open Plan 9 and look at what it does. Interesting, it was actually open running the whole time. It was like... Yeah. So, if we go to the root directory of Plan 9, and we do ls, we can see... Yeah, down here, 2 env folders. Which is weird as hell, and I genuinely don't even understand how that can work, because, like, if I do cd env, where does that take me? cmnt as well? Kinda interesting question. Where does that take me? /env. And what if I want to address the other one? I'm so confused as to how this works. But the reason that it does this kind of weird stuff where it has 2 directories with the same name and whatnot is that it's actually binding the directories. Can I do this? Probably not. No. Home? No. Not sure how to get back. What's up? I love that he's actually asleep all the time, so it's actually like eventful when he's awake. Then again, he's on the bed without anyone paying attention to him, so makes sense. He has his own bed full of toys, by the way, which he never touches. He likes to sleep. Alright, I don't remember which one of these is the root directory. Not the root directory, the user directory, but I think it's inside of USR. Yeah. See, the thing is, USR used to stand for user in Unix. So when they made Plan 9, they copied that same thing. So this is user Glenda. But in Linux, USR does not stand for user, it stands for Unix System Resources. And on Mac, it gets even more confusing because you have USR, which is Unix System Resources, but you also have users, which is your actual USR folder like it is here. It's a folder that contains the home folders of each user.
Your channel.
Confusing as hell. Anyway. Is it bin that I need to go to? Is it lib that I need to go to? I think it's lib. Plumbing? Nope. Profile? Yeah, okay. The reason that Plan 9 has that weird stuff where it has 2 directories with the same name in the same place is that it's kind of binding directories. So /bin, for example, is a mix of this directory and this directory combined into /bin, which is the /bin/rc directory inside of your home folder, and also /bin/cpu type, so the utilities for your CPU. For your CPU architecture, that is. Kind of very weird, because it is multi-architectured and it just picks the correct one based on the current architecture that it's running on. Maybe I'm a little bit wrong on the details, but it does do that. It does do those bindings, and those bindings are kind of interesting. I like that I can shut off a virtual machine by just saving its state and just quitting. I can even restart my computer and then come back and it's immediately loaded. I mean, I probably kind of want to do something like this, right? I kind of need to start exploring the concept of links, bindings, whatever you want to call them. I always say that symlinks in Unix-like systems are a little bit too explicit for my liking, in the sense that, to me, it feels like the file system shouldn't be able to tell the difference between a symlink and the original file. Like if I go to my root directory, actually, I have a couple symlinks. All of these blue ones, so literally everything, is a directory, but these 3 are symlinks. That's all fine because I can access them. I can work with them in the same way that you normally would. If I go to a working directory, like I list out the current working directory, it is what I expect it to be if I don't know that this is a symlink, which is my home directory with the folder. Even though the real symlink points to somewhere inside of this folder. And it's really... yeah, so long as you're working on the terminal, you can assume that it's going to work just fine. So long as you're working on a mature application, one that has existed for a while and has been has dealt with symlinks before, you can assume that this is going to work. But for example, I'm making a new application. I want to open a file. I haven't written any code to handle symlinks yet, and it happens that the file is a symlink. I have to handle that. I can't just open it like normal. I have to resolve the symlink and then open the real file. And I have to handle the logic to make that look seamless to the user. Right? Maybe it would be a little bit weird if I'm in my home directory, I enter a folder, then I list out the current working directory, and it tells me home DOS repo projects code game of life, which is the real directory that this points to. That would be really weird. It's much better if it looks like I'm still inside of one directory inside of the home folder. So that is kind of weird. There are hard links, which are incredibly limited in Linux. I don't know who is responsible for the implementation. Is it Ubuntu? Is it Linux? I don't know. But I know that on my system, I cannot do hard links between directories at all. And it is mostly restricted. Yes, there are some file systems that allow it. But frankly, I don't know. When I do linking, because I'm already kind of using linking.
Followed your channel.
It's kind of really stupid, but I used to have a folder /shared. Which I now changed to /home. But I haven't made that change in most of my code yet. To the point that I literally just made it for the first time. Here. So what I did in order to have kind of a sim, it's not really a symlink, it's literally, I just have a module twice. It's really poorly written. what I did was this. I have two different modules. They look exactly the same, except one of them gets mounted to home, one of them gets mounted to shared. That's literally it. It's ridiculous. That's stupid as hell. So I probably want to work a little bit on these types of aliases, these types of aliases, let's call them. Wait, no, they're actually, they're a little bit weird because I need to have a specific initializer for this one that doesn't actually do anything. Having a module requires an initializer because if you can't initialize a module, then you can't load the module. But because the module has already been loaded, I can't just call this function again. So I have to have another function that just returns true. It's very hacked together. So I very much should come up with a better system for this. Though we do have technically two directories, and they do work just fine. Here /shared and here /home. Both of them work. They both actually contain the same exact contents. Perfectly fine. But it's hacked together. Besides that, there is the fact that, kind of like I said before, the entire reason that I started talking about this is /bin or /tools. It used to be called /bin. I then changed its name because that's kind of a weird name. So tools is to be much better. Is a mix between virtual files that are held here and physical files that are held technically by a different module. So the read and write and the listing and all that should be handled by a completely different module. Linux let you bind mount a single file too? It does? How do you do that? To be fair, I haven't looked too much into it, but yeah. Mount bind file 1, file 2. Really? Man mount. They should not have called this damn thing man. Between the man pipe, the man mount, it's getting a little weird here. Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay. I read slave pirate. It's private. My bad. Bind. Yeah, there it is. Wait, there's actually some other really weird stuff in Linux, like stab. Well, Linux, that's probably a Unix thing. Bind mount. Remove part of the file hierarchy somewhere else. The call is mount bind old directory new directory, or by using this fstab entry, old dir new dir none bind. After this call, the same contents are accessible in two places. Oh, remount. I read remove. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, why would it remove it? It's accessible in two places. It's important to understand a bind does not create any second class or special node in the kernel VFS. The bind is just another operation to attach a file system. There is nowhere stored information that the file system has been attached by a bind operation. Well, that's nice. That's exactly what I'm talking about, actually. I didn't know that Linux actually had that too. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they took it from here. Do I have any files that I might want to bind? Any projects that aren't already bound? Hack game, I think. No, it is bound. Alright, let's unbind it. well, behind it, it was linked, which I just removed the link. Yeah. So it was old file, new file. I already forgot. Shit. Man mount. Old directory first and new directory later. Okay. Alright, you have to create it. See, that's kind of a really stupid thing.
Terkivo followed your channel.
Christ, man. Are you serious? There. Now, it actually counts as a volume. It says there's no indication that this was done with mount, and then Ubuntu here sees it as a volume. Which means I also can't exit back into the home folder. Yeah, that's kind of a... I don't know, That's not the cleanest implementation, I have to say. It actually creates more issues to me as the user than the other one did, than the symlink. The symlink creates more issues as the programmer. This creates more issues as the user. Though it does work. And then there's the problem that I can... Is it unmount or is it just mount with an argument? I guess we'll find out. It's not unmount. Alright. Umount. It's umount. What I wonder what they did with the extra byte that they saved by removing the N from that. And you have to do this with super user. My god. Target is... Your mom's busy. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, it is busy, I guess. No, who the How is it busy? Oh, wait. It was. It was. Alright, that's fair. Mac wouldn't have that problem, I'll tell you that. But, hey. That's kind of very ridiculous. Anyway, now I have to redo my normal symlink of OS repo, which by the way I need to change the name of that. Projects code hack game to hack game. This is just a lot cleaner. Yeah, I want to create something like that, right? So some kind of routing. And I kind of want to make it as uncomplicated as possible. That is thing number one about this. Now, another thing technically is the fact that a system module, this thing, is, how is it different from a directory, right? Which uses a different structure. This one. How is it different? It really isn't. It really shouldn't be, anyway. So I kind of wonder if I can combine them somewhat, but honestly, that might not be the best idea. Maybe let's not even consider that for a second. Let's not make things more complicated than they need to be. And just not do that. All right. All right. One other thing that very much came up just now is this. Everything that I'm doing here. What I'm doing here is I'm drawing 3 different strings. Which, by the way, I'm supposed to deprecate string slice. I mean, string drawing in exchange for string slices. But kind of haven't been doing it. Actually, I remember I gave myself a deadline for it. Clang is broken again. In other news, water is wet. No, I didn't give myself a deadline for this, I guess. But I should have. Deprecate this in favor of this. I mean, kind of glad I didn't. Because I'm very much still using it. But yeah, I want to use strings, C-type strings as little as possible. Essentially limit them only to where I have literals. And even then I have a helper to make a literal into a slice. But that's not the issue that I was going to talk about. I just kind of need to make sure that this change works. Looks fine to me. Yeah. The issue that's happening here is I'm drawing 3 strings, one next to the other. And the reason that they're 3 separate strings is they have 3 different inputs, and they also have 3 different formatting rules. They could have 3 different sizes. They could have 3 different colors. They have 3 different colors, actually. And their input is technically different for each of them. And having to draw each of them manually is a little bit of a pain in the ass. Manually, while also manually calculating the offset to where to draw the next one. So instead, what I should be doing, I'm not counting this one. It's a little bit of a separate story, but still, the same thing is happening here. I have 2 strings next to each other, and I need to draw them next to each other. I need some kind of helper for that. But the thing that I'm a little bit, let's say, confused about is how to handle it. How to handle it from a data perspective. It's also going to be really useful for the code editor, because from a purely rendering perspective, when I'm drawing this thing, what am I actually drawing here? Just this one line of code, let's say. I'm doing, this doesn't matter. Okay, let's ignore white spaces. This, yellow. This is white. This is purple. This is yellow. This is orange. This is white. Now, behind that, there's also like the code formatter, which I did deal a little bit with when I made TreeSitter support for my programming language. There we have it. For how to determine what each type is supposed to be. That's a different story. Essentially, you mark this one as some sort of type, and then in another file you tell this type is this to Z. So this is a keyword, which Z counts as a keyword. And Z internally is like, okay, the theme makes the keywords yellow. So there's a whole bunch of conversions and mappings to end up in if is supposed to be yellow. But from a text rendering perspective, I really need to have some sort of way of telling my text field, this whole string of text, this whole thing, one string, not character by character. If I draw character by character, it's just going to be really annoying to do it. Although, I'm kind of struggling to see how I'm going to do it that isn't character by character. Or just in ranges. Yeah, you need to draw this in yellow, you need to draw this in white, this in purple, this in white. And still maintain this goes here, this goes after it, this goes, all of that. My biggest question is how to structure that formatting information. Do I pass it as an array? That feels wasteful. Do I pass it as... That's all I got. I remember from working on Swift's attributed strings, I think that's what they're called. That they kinda have some very ugly things going on with that. Yeah, this to me feels wasteful. What Apple is doing in this case is you just have an attributed string, which is a string with formatting information attached to it. And then when you want to have two different formats next to each other, you just combine the two strings. It's not great for what I'm trying to do. But they do have another... the hell is happening here? Okay, they're doing it per character, so this kind of defeats the purpose of what I was going to say. Apparently, if you want to have multiple strings, just one, the letters go up and down, you create a new attributed string for every range that you want. That is ridiculous. I don't want that. 100% don't want that. But what I used to remember is that you would kind of do it per range. So it was something like you had an attributed string, like we had at the beginning. You had an attributed string, and then you just did something like set formatting, and then you would choose the formatting options for range, and let's say it's 0, 2, which means starting at character 0, length of 2. I mean, from an implementation perspective, that is probably the easiest way for me to do it. Where I could just do kind of in pseudocode draw slice, right? And then we have hello, and then we have let's say yellow, and 3, 2, red. Where from character 0, 3 characters are gonna be in yellow, and then from character 3, 2 characters are gonna be in red. So this is gonna be yellow, and this is gonna be red. This feels like the easiest way to implement it, because you just go through these and you draw them, and if you don't have specific information for a range that you're currently in, you just move on, you just do default. But of course that does require you to create this array, and I kind of don't like it, but I can't really think of a better implementation for that. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be that. Maybe the initial implementation I can make it like that, and then consider how to do it later. Alright. Should I try it? Should I try a very basic implementation of this? Let's try a very basic implementation of this. And I guess for the very basic first implementation of this, I can do it here, because I am already doing something like that. Although these are actually two different strings, so it kind of doesn't help. I mean, I really want this for the code editor, so I'm gonna do it for the code editor and just stop wasting time. I'm considering how I can combine the two, but I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Where's the code editor? Here. See, this is a symlink, and again, I don't necessarily have to tell the difference, but you have to code it to not be so that the user can tell the difference. That part is really annoying. All right, so in my draw library, I'm just going to move it to its own string draw or text draw. Just because I expect this to be relatively a lot of code, but I'm probably just going to include this in here. All right. So for text formatting, we're going to want to have this. The information that we use here. So internally, I'm still going to rely on this function. So a scale, a U32 scale, a color. That's it. That's all I can support for now. Including types.h. And including call graphic types. UI graphic types. That's kind of weird. Hold on. Should I just use a static array for this? Yeah, I'm just going to use a static array for this. Okay, so we're going to do a void, GPU point, maybe, which returns the size of the text that it actually rendered. FB draw text. It's going to take a draw context. Again, very similar signature to what we have here. Take a string slice. And I wanted to take actually a GPU rect bounds, because I want to do some more complex calculations for checking bounds and all that. Then I wanted to take a text format pointer and a size for it. Oh, and one thing that I completely forgot here is that. Now, oh no. The draw context is implemented inside of here. Which, by the way, makes no sense. This is a graphics type. So I want it here. Otherwise, I'm going to have kind of a cyclical dependency in these libraries. Okay. Then I need to include string slice. All right, so that's going to be my function. And I am most likely going to want to redo the logic for it. Text draw.c. I said earlier I was going to just invoke string slice internally, but I'm not going to do that. Probably way better if I don't do that. But what I do need to do is copy its code, steal its code real quick. Just for reference. All right. I'm just going to make you return some 00 type data here for the time being. And actually, maybe it's better if I don't even copy the code. No, you want GPU. GPU size is what it's supposed to return, not GPU point. All right, you know what? Yeah, clean slate, starting from scratch. Okay. So what we want this to do is we want it to render our text within certain boundaries and with certain formatting rules. What's your problem now? Why was this not a problem before? Anyway. Okay. That's interesting. I kind of hadn't thought about this. This graphics types.h is inside of UI, but I moved it outside here. But I kept the file and just redirect to the other one so that I don't have a million different errors. And before, it was kind of just including itself, because the search directory is this, but the local directory is this one, so it found itself before it found this one. Or no, I think it found this one first, but it thought it was finding this. So it thought it was recursively including itself, which it isn't. But if you do pragma once, you kind of get rid of all that. So that's kind of interesting. Anyway, before I continue, I'm going to break my editor, essentially. Oh, I need to break my text.c. Where's the actual rendering Oh, the actual rendering is happening in here. FB draw slice. Here we are. I'm going to make it call the new function that I'm going to create. No, draw, text draw, that. And wait, I'm also going to create a function like this one that is similar to the original function, so that I don't have to make too many changes. That just renders one text format. Yeah, that works. What are we cooking right now? It's just text drawing. Went from file system to that. Okay, so FB draw single text with a context, node content. The bounds are node info rect, and the text formatting, a lin? What do you mean a lin? Who's lin? What did I call it? Text format with a scale set to the text size and the color taken from node info fg color. And I'm gonna get rid of the original. Oh, Linux-based OSs. No, it's all from scratch. All right. So my UI system kind of does not have a way to render special code, special text, obviously because I'm building the damn thing. But it kind of means that there's no way for me to pass information to it in order to actually do like the formatting and all that. So what are we complaining about? Oh, okay. Yeah, kind of figured. I'm just gonna have to get rid of this full file and fix all of these issues. Anywhere that I'm including UI graphics types.h, I will now be including just graphic types.h without the UI. And I will be recompiling. Oh, I misspelled it. Whoops. So I didn't actually do anything. Alright, and this, which I also need to get rid of, this is actually the old version of the library that I'm working on right now. So I'm gonna need to get rid of that. Color also. It's using graphic types. I'm assuming you are too. Well, no, you're redirecting, so you're fine. Okay. Make cross as well. Okay. Now build. And of course, I did not finish implementing the function. Which I want it internally to just call this function. Return fp draw text with the same draw context, the same slice, the same bounds, the text formatting, like that, and the format count hard-coded to 1. Alright, so if I run that, we won't have any text. Right, this function is inside of the library, so I'm gonna need to recompile the library every time. Are you serious? There's more of these? Come on. Graphic types. Graphic types. Graphic types. You found it. This compiled like a minute ago. In syscalls.c, syscalls.h, graphic types.h not found. Care to explain why? This literally worked like a minute ago?
Fugue State followed your channel.
What is the problem? I don't understand. Okay, here's the problem. Wait, the OS? Oh shit. When I did the find and replace, I also did it inside of this submodule where I actually didn't make the change, and this keeps happening. Git stash push. There we go. It's like nothing happened. Or not. Because my changes didn't actually get pushed. For some reason. Alright, I think this is gonna work. And we won't have any text, no matter what. Though the cursor moves by itself, it doesn't actually render any text. Okay. Now, come to think of it, I had some of these functions that I didn't know where to put. Position to line column and line to column position. These two functions should now go into the text rendering. That makes perfect sense. I'm also going to close the operating system before I make more mistakes there. Draw, text draw. Here's these two functions for you. And you're also going to put them here. Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure you need to include math. We good? There. I'm a little bit surprised to not see an error here, because I just removed some functions and I haven't included the header that actually contains them yet, so what's going on there? Ah, there we go. It's undefined reference, that makes sense. Whereas now they've been compiled, now it works. Again, no text yet. Okay, let's actually render some text. So, what do we do? Wait, do I maybe want to have like a default text color? Some default text information so that I don't have to provide it like this every time. I think probably that's the best thing to do. And then this is 0, this is 0, this is just format. All right. So, all right, let's get to first drawing text, right? Which is for each character inside of the slice length I++. We're gonna iterate through all the characters. And then we're gonna need to have the default format, which I haven't run in here. We're also going to have a current format, which by default is going to be the default format. And we're going to use that one to draw the actual text. So some very basic drawing. We will need to do draw char using the draw context. Location being, we can even kind of force it as a cursor. Slice data I. Scale is going to come from the current format size, And the color is going to come from the current format color. All right. And then we're just going to advance the cursor on the x-axis for now by 1. It's the most naive possible text rendering, which will draw characters but all on one line. Or not. It won't even do that. It also has a draw raw chart, which is better. Because it kind of marks certain areas of the text as having been changed so that then they get updated in the GPU. And this way we only do it when we need to. Mark dirty context with bounds point x, bounds point y, bounds size width, bounds size height. I didn't realize I had Steam open. Okay, is this function being called? That's question number 1. It's clearly being called. And I probably could have used that to know if we're actually have anything to render. Yes, we do. Was the default format? It should be rendering the color, and I expect it to also be rendering the size. Alright, that should be fine. Current format color, current format size. Alright, can you tell us that information? Size is 0. Okay, that explains it. Wait. Damn. Okay, I hadn't thought about this. Size and scale. So I'm just gonna type def a struct range to kind of get rid of that issue. I'm not using it anywhere, but yeah, if I'm using the size instead of the scale, that's a problem. So okay, there it is. That's literally all my code for the code editor in a single line, and also the cursor calculation is wrong. So okay, there we have it. But of course, it's not rendering any kind of text correctly. Scroll also stopped working. Kind of would have expected it to keep working, but whatever. Alright, so to handle new lines, it's kind of easy to do. We can just check the current character that we're supposed to render. And if the character is a new line, we're just going to reset the cursor back to 0, increase the cursor by this much, and not do any rendering, because there's no real code to render there. And that gives us our code as it used to be. I wonder why doing it like this broke the scrolling. Was the scrolling handled here? Oh, it was. It was handled here. Node, actually, if I do node info rect size, I put this. There, that should fix it. Okay, scrolling should be back. Or not. It's not. Was it plus or minus? I also removed the padding, which is not great. Plus node info padding. And the same thing here. And actually, padding times 2. Alright, so that should handle padding. It should handle, or I expected it to handle, what is it called? I expected it to handle scrolling because the offset is the scrolling, but it kind of isn't. Alright. So this the bounds that we're going to be drawing into... Oh, you know what? I'm just an idiot. Yeah, I'm using the cursor here. Kind of forgot to make the cursor start at the bounds point x, bounds point y. And now I should have scrolling back. Okay, I do. It always is a little bit delayed when I first scroll, then it works instantly, but the first time it's delayed, so I wasn't really sure why this was breaking, but it does work. And funnily enough, that's already 90% of the way there towards drawing text. This is doing a lot more complicated stuff. Oh, it's also doing pixel blending, which I forgot to do. And it is doing bounds checking as well. And also, to be honest, it's a little bit kind of... Oh, this is raw char. No, I want... No, raw char, yeah. Here. Okay, the code is just not that complicated in the first place. Yeah. It's simple, it's just formatted in a way that takes up a lot of space. Now we're actually going to make it more complicated because we're trying to add new functionality to this. Number one, we're trying to add bounds, proper bounds. So that means we're going to cut off the text that isn't supposed to be rendered. So I'm actually going to force the width of my text here to just be something like 100, which is like a few characters. And then I'm going to limit if the cursor dot x is bigger or equal to the bounds size with minus the bounds point x. Well, no. If it's smaller. I'm not a vibecoder, no. And same check on the y-axis. Then we're going to render. Otherwise, we're just going to continue just going without doing anything. Not really rendering that text until we get to a new line. Yep. That was surprisingly easy to add. I genuinely thought that was gonna take longer. Yeah, that was super easy. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, really, the last thing I need to add to this is checking which one of these is the current format. The current format needs to change every character, technically. I probably could optimize it a little bit by doing some more calculations, but I cannot be bothered. I'm actually just going to do a text format get current format for a uPointer character position. Then the current text format, default format, pretty much this part of the signature, just copy that. And we can actually use the default format as the return type here. And just go through the formats. It's super unoptimized, but hey. I keep writing super unoptimized code and I never run into issues, so... Fuck if I care about optimization. If formats dot I bounds, we're going to check the bounds to check if they contain this thing, which is if it's I can actually make this a little bit cleaner now since I put it in its own struct, start and size. If the start is bigger or equal than the C position and the start plus the end, formats I bounds size is smaller or equal to the C position, then this fits inside of that format. And what we're going to do is we're going to override only in certain cases. So if... Okay, probably better if I just like reference this format directly. Yeah, Jester, I agree. Would be a lot better. What happened to half my code? Oh, okay. If it has a color, then we're going to override the color with this one. And if it has a size, a scale, then we're going to override the scale with this one. It's literally that simple. Alright. I don't know what to tell you. I thought it was going to be way more complicated than this. Genuinely surprised by how easy it was to do all this. And then, that's it. Technically, if you have multiple ranges that override each other, the latest one is going to win. But that's fine. Then we're just going to do get current format with this, this, and this. Keep pressing the wrong key. And what do you want from me? Too few arguments, expected 4. Oh, the character position, right? Which is I. That is going to provide us some text formatting. But to test it, just to be sure, I'm going to ensure that the content length is bigger than 10. So I can do this. Text format.
Headhunter avoid followed your channel.
Formatting. Let's give it 3 different formats. And they're going to be as follows. Can you stop formatting like that? Oh my god. Scale is always going to be the same. Text size, actually. So actually, yeah, I don't have to specify the scale. I can leave it empty. And that way I can test the, what is it called? The defaults. All right, we're going to have some yellow. Can we get a color picker going? That color works for me, actually. That is going to be used on 0 through 8. Then another one and another one. So I essentially want to make my includes in my code, the first 3 anyway, yellow. So I kind of have to do this part manually. I have to calculate their character positions. See, it's this one. 8 characters. 31 characters, so that's the start of the next one. And 58 characters, that's the start of the last one. So 31, 58. Is that correct? 31, 58, yes. And the size is always the same because they're all includes, and they're going to make them yellow. Or will it? We'll see. Nope. Oh, maybe we can call the function. That would be nice. Context node content rect. Default format, we're going to use the same. Text formats, we're going to use these. And number formats, we're going to use 3. Boom, that did nothing. I am rebuilding the library, yes. So that did nothing, literally nothing. Not a single thing. This is gonna print a lot of shit. So maybe let's do it if cpos is smaller than 100, because otherwise I'm gonna go crazy here reading all this shit. That and that. Alright, so you're gonna print the C position, you're gonna print the current bounds start and the current bounds size. These very much look correct to me. No, this doesn't. If the start is less or equal than the current position, and the start and size is bigger, start plus size, which is the last character, or equal to the current position. Oh my god, the condition was inverted. Who would have ever expected this to happen? There we have it. Now, we can't really know if it's fully working because I am limiting the bounce to 100. I would say that works. At a half a frame per second because it's printing all that shit. But if we get rid of that, and we get rid of that, it's gonna render. Oh, that's surprisingly smooth. See, I keep writing unoptimized code and it keeps working fast. I don't know what to tell you. Are computers fast nowadays? And the only reason that software is slow is because we fill it with bloat? Could that be it? Nah. I must be doing something wrong. Alright. That, I have to say, was surprisingly easy. Now, it was surprisingly easy because of one particular thing about this, which is that we're not doing anything particularly complex when it comes to rendering the text, whereas it works for text like this, right? Let me bring up a file that is a little bit bigger, maybe. It works for text like this, where a line doesn't wrap. If we instead enable code wrap, which you can do... I know how to do this. Yep. I know how to do this. You do wrap with... Does Z not have it? Oh, it's so simple. You have to press Command Shift P, then you have to type local and select Z, open local settings, and add this to your settings. Oh. Why was I looking in the menus when the solution was so straightforward? Alright, let me bring up VS Code real quick. Fucking piece of shit editor here. Right. If we have to do this, where we actually have to wrap lines, it gets a little bit more complicated. Again, I can think of a very naive, unoptimized way of doing this, and it probably will work. So fuck it. How about we give it a try? It's really, really stupid. We're gonna have to implement in the text formatting type def enum word wrap or wrap none wrap word. There's no other policy to this, I believe. Wrap policy. Now, I don't think this has to do... I'm not sure that this is necessarily per range. So I should be okay with looking at the wrap policy per default format, right? So it's only the main one. But maybe not, maybe not. Either way, the wrap policy, current wrap, equals to default format. Yeah, I'm gonna do default format wrap. Right. And here's the thing. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. It's gonna be really stupid. But, shit, I've written really stupid stuff and it works. And when I think I'm writing really clever stuff, it's shit. So, if the current wrap is wrap word, then we're just going to skip ahead until we have a readable character. Actually, we're going to do it outside of the loop. I don't need to declare it, do I? No, just like that. Alnum. Probably what I want. No, not alnum. Is white space? Alright, I'm not sure where we're getting this, but these are not my functions. So, these are my functions. Is alphanumeric, is digit, is printable, has char, hex val. No, I guess I want a static inline bool is white space char c. And what are white space characters? There's t. Well, not t. There's that t. There's n. There's space. There's R. I don't even handle R, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, horizontal tab, line feed, vertical tab, form feed. What is form feed? Carriage return and space. Alright, I include carriage return. That's only correct. Carriage return is 13, so yeah, this one. Space is 32, this one. I don't know what 12 is. What character is that? 10. This is 9. So I don't know what 11 and 12 are. Don't know what these characters are. Yeah, that's not my problem. Very complex code here to detect new lines. I mean, white space, right? Very, very complex shit we're doing. If is white space, what character? The slice, data, look ahead. Then we break out of this loop. Forgot a parenthesis here. There we go. And now, slice data I, or C, actually, we already have it. C. We're going to have to check that the word size from now on And I'm doing this calculation for every character. That's not necessarily correct, but it's fine. The word size from now on is the look ahead minus the current location. And if the word size multiplied by the character size, which is to say the total size of this word, plus the current cursor dot x is bigger or equal to the bounds size width minus the bounds. Yeah, bounds. No. Minus goes here. The bounds point x is bigger than that, then we need a new line. Wait, hold on. Oh my god, this text selection is being so weird today. There. It's absolutely ridiculous, but I think it's gonna work. How many data structures did I use so far in OS development? All of them? I don't know. A lot of them. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all kind of the same thing, but yeah. You just use a lot of them. Alright, I forgot to actually turn on the default text wrap to wrap word. Why is my camera lagging? No idea. It just works. It just fucking works. Oh my god. It's so simple. And it still feels smooth. I'm always so surprised that this kind of just fucking works. How simple this was to do. Doesn't the file now get saved with wrapping? No, this is just a rendering thing. The actual text is not changing, so no. It's just so simple that I just want to make it more complicated now. Fuck it. Wrap, word, preserve, indent. Because this is useful for code, but this is useful for text. Yeah, you just kind of go and learn. Okay, so this now goes for the current wrap is wrap word, or the current wrap is this thing. That is it. It's that simple. hold on. I'm actually just gonna create a helper function for new line, which takes the GPU point and it takes the indent as pointers, runs this code, what the fuck? Why did my camera just freeze? Why is there an ad running and why is my system kind of going crazy? All right. Now indent, just take it like that, right? Indent, don't do this. Then new line with the cursor so you can render it, and that. Okay, that should actually be correct. You render a new line, you preserve the indentation, which is just used to re-render where we are. Oh, and I forgot to add a size to it, damn it. All right. So in this case, when there's an actual new line, we are going to reset the indentation back to 0, and we are going to render a new line with no indentation. So place the cursor back at 0. If instead we are going to word wrap, then we're going to create a new line. We're not going to reset the indentation, and we're going to use the current indentation if we so require. And finally, if the character is equal to the indentation, we calculate it. Never gonna stop mugging the vibecoders. Thank you very much. Didn't work. Could you tell me what the indentation is supposed to be at this point? Oh wait, did I actually use that new policy? Calling it policy feels worse, but weird. But yeah, I did not. Still didn't work. Surprisingly. All right. Telling ChatGPT. Yeah, that works. Cursor the X. Alright, so let's see what's happening. I think there's only one line that's currently wrapping. To indent 0. Shit, hold on. I think I know who offline mark is, yes. I think. Vile shit. Vile shit. That's all I can say about what I think is happening. Um, what's this 20 character? What is that 20 character? Actually, I don't have it here. $20 hex. This one. A data link escape. That cannot be right. A line feed here, which, yeah. This horizontal thing here, for example, has indentation using character hex 20, which is a data link escape. Now, what the fuck is a data link escape? I'm looking at this line of code. These are the 4 characters that I expect to be indentations. What the fuck is a data link escape? There's a fandom for Unicode? Why is there a fandom for Unicode? Anyway, why is my code indented with these 20, 20, 20, 20? And then here again? Why is my code indented with that? What the shit? That is insane. What do you mean? Seems like a Z thing. Was it actually trying to save my file as this with the file name? 20 space character? What do you mean? 0x20? Wait, that's a 32. Yeah, that's a space character. Then did I? Well, have I literally just been reading the table completely wrong? I was looking at this. I was looking at this. If I had looked at this, it's a space. Lord. It's 20 hex. Which obviously, yeah, it's 32. Oh my god, yes, obviously. But, yeah, it's enough for today, I think. I mean, I need to finish this, but that's enough for today. It's literally this character. 32, 20 hex. But because I was looking at the table, I was reading this, I went to 20 oct. This one, which is a data link escape. The real hex for that one's 10. Thank you. I would have spent a lot longer looking at that shit. The worst part is I know that character 32 is space. It's one of those that you eventually learn. So like I should know this. Um Also, no, can indent equals to true. That was dumb as hell. Right, I added this file. I need to actually remove it. It's still not working though. Um Oh, we're never setting can indent back to true. So after the first line it breaks. No matter what I do, it will not render the damn indented code. If you can indent and the code is this, or this, then you increase the indent. The second that it's no longer one of these two, you set can indent to false, and it only gets set back to true when this is the character. I'm also going to make a little exception just in case here for R. Alright, so if the problem is the indentation, so I think you're working. It's gonna be kind of weird, but it's always no more indent. Like, can indent starts at true. Alright, tell me what character is making you stop indenting. A. What character is A? Hex. A line feed. Ah, it's the line feed. I kind of figured a line feed would be a... Oh, wait. Right, so if the character is a new line, you handle your new line. If the character is a carriage return, you handle the carriage return. If the character is a T or space and you're supposed to be indenting, you indent. And if none of those are true, then you don't indent. My God, it still won't. Wait, no, hold on. Is that it? Yeah, I think so. I think it technically is indenting, but you're supposed to indent using the size. Yes, yes, yes. Now, about word wrap, one more thing. VS Codium. Is it indenting to show me? The same point. It's indenting here, not one more. Here. Okay. Cool. So, what was the name of that one text library that was doing a whole lot of stuff? I just asked Claude to create an alternative to it, and it did it in 100 lines of code. In case you don't know, my middle name is Claude. It isn't. Just go along with it. All right. So we technically kind of somewhat have a text formatting, right? We could, if we wanted to. And with this, for drawing text, it should be somewhat easier to handle things like what is it called? It should be somewhat easier to handle things like... I'm completely blanking on what I was even going to say. It's just the sentence is slowly leaving my mind to the point that I don't even remember how it started. So let's just ignore it. What I need to do next, which I'm not going to do today, I'm probably going to do tomorrow, is actual integration of this new feature with the drawing library. So far, the drawing library just works on a single string and then takes its contents from here. And like, that's fine, but the actual text formatting done with ranges and whatnot, this one, I'm hard coding for the time being. If I don't want to hard code it, I have to support it somehow in the actual UI library. So tomorrow I'm going to add that. And hopefully by adding that, I'll also be able to add some very basic syntax highlighting in my code editor. Well, I can start working on that. It's going to be more complicated than that because I have to integrate it with some sort of parser, which I obviously have a parser, but I need to break the parser out of the compiler that it is a part of and just make it available to someone else if they want it. Or, yeah, I need some way for the code editor to communicate with a parser. And some way to do all this. Now, I know about LSPs, but Jason, seriously? Jason? Someone's gonna have to explain when we decided that JavaScript and the horrible language that it is and the bloat that comes with it was supposed to go literally everywhere, such as your code editors. And even if your code editor is native, the service that powers the code editor's syntax highlighting, error detection, breakpoints, all of that stuff. Insane. Insanity. Why would you fucking do that? Okay. Even if you don't want to make a code editor with fucking JavaScript, you don't get to fully move away from it, because if you want to support the what is essentially industry standard for syntax highlighting and all these other things, you still need to use something related to JavaScript. So thanks for that, Microsoft. Common Microsoft W right there. So glad you exist as a company. Yeah. Net positive for humanity. It really is. Those people cannot stop making the world a worse place. The world of tech is, let's face it. My God. I'm so tired of JavaScript. Well, I'm done for today. I'm not gonna do resetter support or shit like that in my code editor. I would rather it be less compatible than it work with that bullshit. So, oh well. I guess tomorrow we're gonna do manual formatting, and then after that I'm gonna have to figure out how to actually like communicate with a compiler or a parser that tells me this part is supposed to be yellow, this part is supposed to be a keyword, this part is supposed to be purple, this part is supposed to be blue, and then on top of that one that says, okay, oh, did I say keyboard, purple, and blue? Those are colors, by the way. Keyword, purple, and blue. Those are the three colors. The three primary colors. And 3 out of the 2 genders. Keyword, variable, or whatever, and then something that translates that into actual colors. I'm not gonna have that, I'm just gonna have something like this, but from outside of, hard coding it. So that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Maybe we'll get to the parsing part, but I'm not sure. Anyway, thank you so much for joining, everybody. Tomorrow's stream is gonna be in exactly 23 hours. Not sure that it helps anyone calculate with that, but it is. It's gonna be at 24 hours. In exactly 24 hours. It's gonna be at 8:30 Central European time and 7:30 UK time. We're gonna work on some text formatting, and that's it. Thank you so much.